possible speakers for our AGM today. We looked at a number of profiles and sort of struck on somebody that I've known for a little while now, who is a real innovator in terms of design, thinking about designing web services that scale across millions of people. And so I'm absolutely delighted that George Oates has agreed to be with us here today. Can you hear us, George? Are you with us? I'm going to wave. Marvelous to have you with us. Good morning. So rather than asking George to do a sort of presentation, we're going to do I believe we've called it a fireside chat, which I think is a conversation by another name, but really just to get a sense of George's take on kind of where we're at, where things are going. And so by way of introduction to George, in her own words, she's been designing giant content services that serve millions of things to millions of people since 1996. Her CV reads like an amazing who's who of large-scale web services. So she's led design at Flickr, she's led design at the Internet Archive, she's led design at Stamen, which is a digital studio specializing in data visualization and cartography. And for the past few years, really, since I've known her, she's been heading up a brilliant initiative called Museum in a Box and leading her own agency, Good Form and Spectacle. And also by way of introduction, she's the author of a rather excellent book. So if you're looking at presents for friends and family, I recommend you get hold of a copy of her book, If Only the Grimms Had Known Alice, which reimagines fairy tales for a world where people send their daughters, not their sons, out into the world to seek fame and fortune with predictably improved results. So good morning, George. How are you doing?
Good morning, Nick. Lovely to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me and to Lucy too. Yeah, I'm excited to attend an AGM.
We're very excited to have you with us, George. Are you still UK based, or have you travelled around the world now?
At the moment, I am in Adelaide in South Australia, which is my hometown. I normally live in London, but I'm here for 6 months to, well, escape the London craziness, but also to just be with family for a bit. So it's sort of worked out pretty well that I can be away from London because it's so intense.
It's Mitch. Well, actually, I mean, since your story began in some senses in Adelaide, I thought it might be good to start there. So I'm always fascinated by people's journey into building things at web scale. So do you mind telling us a little bit about your own origin story? Where did you start with all this?
Oh, yeah. Well, if you cast your minds back to about the 1890s, when no, 1990s, I was doing an arts degree here in Adelaide, you know, philosophy, classics, that kind of thing. And didn't really get along with that, so dropped out. And at that moment in the mid-90s over here, the federal government was recognising that the internet was going to be a thing, and they made a multimedia centre in every capital city in the country, so Sydney, Melbourne, etc. And I got a job at one of them, teaching people how to use the internet and making them cappuccinos. Yeah, so that was where it all began, really. I didn't get my degree in the end. I still have not. So I'm a bit of a pirate, I guess. But yeah, I just kind of fell into the internet right at the moment when it was a blue sky, and, you know, people were just creating the ways to do things and the ways to work, and, you know, writing HTML from scratch and, you know, drawing sitemaps and stuff like that.
I miss those days, George.
Yeah, it's pretty it's a bit more industrial than that now, isn't it?
It's kind of grown a lot, but I always think it's really interesting because, I mean, in so much of your work there's a real kind of understanding of people's behaviors, what they're trying to achieve, what they're trying to get done. And I guess, did that come from that experience then at the beginning, helping people discover what the web could do?
Yeah, that's an interesting connection. I hadn't really made that, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, I really prefer to learn by doing, you know. And I ended up starting a little company with some of the folks who were teaching people how to use the internet. That took the skills and teaching yourself another step forward, because we had to try and sell ideas to people, you know. And Yeah, I think in terms of trying to design things that feel kind of personable, it's I try to design things that anybody can use. I think I'm a bit skeptical of the kind of persona-based designery approach, or trying to get too specific about specific users and their particular needs. I've got a much more kind of functional approach to design, where I, try to imagine and even picture the entire system and what it's doing and how things interrelate and interoperate, and just help try to get people around that system.
It's really interesting. I mean, it's interesting to reflect for Wikipedia as well, but that idea of kind of scalability and universality rather than personalization, which is kind of counter to the direction some web services are taking things.
Yeah, I was lucky to take the chance to do a bit of research for Wikimedia, actually. I'm trying to remember when it was now. I think 2019. I worked with the folks in San Francisco who wanted to have a bit of user research done on Wikimedia Commons specifically, and also the sort of structured data project and work in the Commons. And it was real, because I'm not a heavy Wikimedia user, I suppose. I mean, I read Wikipedia and I edit the odd page here and there to help out, but I was really struck by the idea of, and actually in the research I sort of explained it as locals versus tourists. Users of Wikipedia are locals versus tourists, and you have these small cabals of powerful people who know how to delete stuff and or know how to operate at the kind of bare metal level, and then you've got a bunch of tourists who pop in and correct a full stop here or there, or have no idea how the categories on Wikimedia Commons were generated, for example, or who chooses photo of the day, or any of the kind of more political stuff that is just seething in Wikimedia, but nobody really, it's very hard to see. Yes, it was very interesting. Perhaps once we stop chatting, I can pop a link in, so in case people want to catch up on what that work was like. I guess in the end, it ended up being a bit more about representation than anything else, in the Wikimedia community, helping people see and acknowledge each other, and that kind of stuff.
Really interesting, isn't it? And I think, I mean, any community of any particular size has those features within it. That there's always a group who are hyper connected and really kind of central to it, and then there's a group of sort of broader and more peripheral users. But I always think a really healthy community is where there's a strong and positive dynamic between those two things. There's a kind of common sense of purpose, even if they have different degrees of knowledge. And I think that's absolutely true with Wiki as well. So, I mean, just going back a step, I mean, I guess I see you described a lot in a lot of places as a designer, and that kind of concept of design seems to come up throughout your kind of CV and history. And I think it's a really interesting, but a very kind of ill-defined concept in some places. So what does design mean to you? What does it mean to be a designer?
Well, I should mention again that I'm not a qualified designer, although I've been doing design thingies for 25 years now, so sort of a designer by default. But I was I think there's a kind of a line that goes from art to architecture to design to engineering, and when you get to the end, out the other end of engineering, you get some technology or a thing or an output, or and for me at least, that line from art, which is about making questions, all the way to engineering, which is about building answers. Design sits quite close in a practical sense to the engineering end. I think of design as a very, very practical thing. We're good at solving problems and seeing systems and streamlining things and that type of work. And I think you need engineering, especially in digital land, to kind of make the flow charts and the sitemaps into actual working code. But for me, design is very practical and functional.
Yeah.
And that's not to say you can't have beautiful design. Of course you can, but at least my approach is very, very functional.
I love that idea of art makes the questions and engineering makes the answers. I guess something I've sort of always struggled with in terms of digital development, kind of web services, is which takes the lead. Do you imagine the art of the possible first through the kind of creative process, and then try and hope that the tech catches up, or do you start with what the tech's capabilities are and then look at how can I use this most creatively? So which takes precedence? Was it the job of the designer to balance them out?
I don't know. I think for me, technology is one of those kind of non-words, because a paintbrush is a technology. So I wouldn't. That's not a useful word to have in here. I think it's just I don't know. I think, well, if you believe my claim that design is quite practical, I think you can insert design in all kinds of moments in a process. I think, a lot of different types of jobs have the kind of creativity that's celebrated in designers, where we've all been to those meetings where we stick post-its everywhere and we, think through a problem together and we come up with, theories, and, we draw boxes and arrows, and we do design thinking. Isn't it interesting how design thinking, this thing, has, become a practice that you can just kind of deploy in a kind of franchisey way? It's kind of cool. But I think, engineers can be very, very creative people. Artists are obviously super, super creative. Builders can be really creative. So I think, I don't know. I'd be interested to turn that question back on you, Nick, actually. What do you think?
I'll slightly dodge it by answering it. Somebody very wise once told me, when they were in the middle of developing a mobile app, that if a $20,000 mobile app was the answer, it needs to have been a really good question. And I think we need to get much better at designing the questions, because I think so much of this is presumption driven. It's kind of, we want to do this thing, therefore. And so little of it is about an actual user problem that the user perceives in the real world, and sort of focusing on that problem. And I also think once they get some sort of longevity under their belts, stop being about answering user problems and start being about answering their own problems. And so I think part of the issue is kind of setting aside, it's that kind of, Michelangelo principle that the sculpture is about getting rid of the unnecessary stone. I think organizations really struggle to get rid of the unnecessary concepts and focus in on, whose problem is it that we're solving here. But your point, I mean, some of the most creative people I've known are kind of coders and engineers. They're, and I think they get quite fed up of being typecast as the people who just go and take the creative ideas and make them work. But I think, I mean, the best, I guess, kind of creative communities I've seen in that sense, it's always a dialogue, isn't it, between the ideas and the capabilities. And I guess, I mean, it's really interesting to reflect on in the wiki space, where it's not necessarily a sort of intentionally designed thing. It's an emerging and organic thing that develops over time. But there's been this in Wikipedia, as you know, about, is it a tech company or not? And I think it's really useful. I mean, I similarly kind of dismiss the word digital as a kind of portmanteau term that's incredibly unhelpful in most cases. So you don't need a strategy, you need a strategy. So yeah, I think it's really useful to kind of get rid of that bit, let's focus on the tools, and to try and focus with clarity on what the problem is we're here to solve.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I think that there's one thing that designers always just do, which perhaps some of these other types of folks don't, is think about how things will be used. Very simply, like, architects don't always, they sort of hope nobody sits on the beautiful chair they've designed, and, if I can be critical for a second, I think, like, if you look at the academy and engineering schools and how many software projects are deployed that only the engineer that wrote the software project used. You know, there's only one user of a lot of stuff that comes out of the academy. Well, there's a very, very small amount of users, and these grand, you know, or these hypotheses are kind of based on very little use, and I'm wary of that. And I think we're seeing some sort of, you know, super dodge effects of that, because you can, you know, computers are very, very powerful calculators now, and, you know, they sort of can easily calculate away to all kinds of assumptions that you would never dream. And if that's done in a bell jar or an isolated environment, it can be, you know, the results are questionable because they haven't been used by enough people. Certainly not used by enough different people, you know. So yeah, I think that's one thing that design is always so helpful for, is to, you know, make that connection between the thing that you've made and who's using it, and making sure that those things are smooth.
So that's always fascinated me, that you know, the great promise of the internet was the ultimate tool for democratization. So you put HTML, SGML in the hands of everybody, and everybody has the power to create and link the knowledge. And instead of creating a vast democratic ocean of common knowledge, we've created digital archipelagos that are owned by small groups of people answering small use cases. And so I think it's interesting that if you do the kind of rules veil of innocence experiment on the internet, could you, if you restarted the whole thing, imagine a world where the internet takes a right-hand turn into a free and open platform that's universally shared, rather than a small number of people deciding what the use cases are going to be?
I'm skeptical about the one true platform to rule them all, though. You know, you work in libraries, you know, this sort of dream of the union catalogue has persisted since libraries were invented. You know, surely we can come up with, you know, universal standards of description that everybody will just agree to, and then, you know, all the books will be unified in one place, and there'll be a wonderful magical linked data universe that everybody can share, and there'll be no complaints, and we'll all just agree. Won't that be wonderful?
But it's a really Victorian instinct. I mean, I'm a big adherent to that idea that all mature economies sort of bear the marks of the ideas of some long dead economist. And I think the instinct to catalogue the universe comes from the Victorians. You know, I think we're still pursuing an idea that said you could essentially own the world, and you could own it by describing it. And that, to me, isn't how knowledge works. I mean, knowledge flows and changes and is unbounded and doesn't want to be owned. And so I've always thought that rather than the single catalogue to unite them all, that what you want to do is create an environment in which knowledge can flow as freely as possible. So the big word that a lot of my work's based around at the moment is this idea of being frictionless. You know, that knowledge should be frictionless, knowledge creation should be frictionless, and it's our job as librarians to remove those frictions. Because, yeah, I think...
That's funny. I think the opposite, actually. I think a bit of friction is good.
Well, it's certainly the world we're living in.
Otherwise, you slip over and you hurt your bum. You know, when you walk on ice and you can't see it and you fall over. Well, that's frictionless.
But then, I mean, so for example, copyright is a friction, right? I mean, that's a means of controlling the flow of knowledge, and I think you could argue it's not being well used to enable knowledge creation. So I think some frictions are better than others. Let's agree there.
I don't think we're going to effectively critique the construct of copyright, but because, you know, there's issues to it for sure. But I think it has actually been pretty helpful to lots of copyright holders to be able to state with some clarity, you know, and this is removing friction. I definitely agree that, you know, you are able to state with some clarity that, you know, your comfort levels with people reusing your copyrighted work. I think that's great. And, you know, especially in the case of cultural heritage land which I inhabit now, there's loads and loads of collections in the world where there's, you know, even the experts who you know, steward these collections don't quite know who owns them. Yeah. And that's you know, you can either kind of freeze in that, you know, in that position, or you can make small moves and attempt to remove friction, you know. Yeah. So I'm not saying frictionless is bad. I think it's, you know, generally good, but I don't necessarily agree that all open all the time for everybody at all, you know, in all places, in all contexts is good either, you know. I think that can be actively harmful and, you know, bad sometimes too.
I mean, I suppose for me, it's about control, isn't it? It's the fact that we've had systems of control over the body of knowledge, and particularly who gets to create the body of knowledge and whose story gets told. And systems like copyright can be used to exercise control over people. So where those systems work to protect the interests of creators, absolutely, and that's bedrock fundamental to a healthy creative ecosystem. But where they're being used to keep some people in the system of who gets to create knowledge and some people out, well, we've got an issue. So I think if there's an overcorrection, it's because we've seen the outcome of power imbalances in who gets to add to knowledge.
Yeah. I just read this great paper by an American guy called Hillel Arnold, and now I'm forgetting the bloody name of it. It's I'll find it and put it in the chat. But he directed me to a phrase called privileged irresponsibility, which was came out of the work of a care theorist called Jane Tronto, and she kind of, I mean, you can imagine what privileged irresponsibility is, right? If you in the case of an archive, say, which is where Arnold, his work is, he was sort of saying how, a wealthy person who thinks he or she has an archive worthy of preservation can control the way that archive is used even after death, for example. And, it's not exactly irresponsibility, but it can, if you're talking about wanting to help people learn truths and grow knowledge, it is irresponsible to say, no, you can only use this for whatever. And, I don't want my name bloodied by my truth or whatever. You can hide stuff in archives, can't you? If you have the privilege to do so,
Yeah.
And that's why Wikipedia, for its fault, is so magic, because it's got many points of view on articles. I mean, there are a lot of bots in there doing little things, as well. But for the most part, many of these articles have more than 2 editors, let's say. I'm just guessing. And even just 2 editors having to agree on something is good. It's better than 1, But in the case of a museum catalogue record, it might have only ever been written by 1 person. And that might have been 20 years after the object was pulled off somebody's dead body. So what the hell description is that? It's terrible. So Wikipedia as a system, I mean, you have all these different languages. You're doing some really interesting work now in terms of translation, because you've got volumes of language, and, arguments are healthy. Hard conversations mean bridges happen a lot of the time, and that's really good. And you certainly don't get that in museum land.
No. I mean, I love that aspect of wiki editing, though, that the dispute is as much part of the record as the outcome of that dispute, and that's incredibly important. And I think it goes to sort of fundamental truth about humans create knowledge, which is it's an emerging dialogue, not a hard fact, and that we've always got to be open to the idea of changing what we know based on better evidence. And
I think for me that's a real fundamental difficulty of computing. Linguistics and computing, they don't fit together always, because language needs breath and movement and evolution and agreement and all the stuff that computers hate. Computers need definitions and stuff to not I mean, they're doing some pretty complex stuff in inside Google or whatever that are trying to address the problem that computers don't understand language. They just calculate language, but I don't know, I think that's a real interesting moment that we find ourselves in. And again, why Wikipedia is such a powerful thing is because it's full of humans trying to agree with stuff and socialize with each other,
It's early studies. I was working in AI and natural language processing sort of 25 years ago, and I remember the theory then that if you could make a computer want you to feed it and burp it, then it stood a better chance of demonstrating consciousness, because it has a sense of self and need, whereas computers are just brute force pattern matching. The last 20 years of AI are sort of increasingly sophisticated brute force pattern matching, but they're no closer to need or consciousness than they were before. So
oh God, I mean, but then you've got all kinds of great critique of that kind of power crunching, mass calculation on a gigantic scale. I mean, I'm not that interested in big numbers anymore, Nick. I think big numbers are kind of bland and, obliterative. I mean, it's great that Wikipedia has millions of articles and tons of users and all that. But, when you actually use it, you're only looking at one article.
Yeah.
Humans aren't very good at millions of things, We're good at little things and small groups. And, you might have heard of this concept called the Dunbar number, which is, most humans can only hold about 100 humans close to them, or, forgive me, I'm, getting the facts a bit wrong, but, humans can only really hold a small group of people close, and a small group of things, and I don't know, I think this scale fetishization is really harming us. I just, like, I don't know, I might be getting a bit ranty here, Nick. You just have to give me a hand gesture or something if you feel like I'm going off. But, you mentioned my company, Museum in a Box, which is, it's almost anti-scale. It's kind of, we work in batches of 100. It's a hardware device, basically, that's connected to the internet. It has speakers inside it. You can imagine it sitting in a classroom, and there's 3D printed museum objects or postcards of museum objects, and it uses NFC technology. So when you put a 3D print on top of the box, it tells you a story about itself. It's very, very simple. You have to print stuff out. You post these. Oh, is Nick still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and so you post museums to kids. You print out digital things and you post them so kids can touch them. And the collection is 9 things. It's deliberately kind of anti-scale, and it's tactile, and it's, enjoyable, it's multi-sensory, it makes conversations. Kids remember stuff like that because they use all their senses when they interact with it. It's not, our collection is 8 million things. Oh, and by the way, we've got 10,000 spears that look very, very similar that we stole from people we're not quite sure who they are, but we not, don't actually know what they're called, or, what the originating community calls them, or anything like that. But we've got 10,000.
Yeah, I remember sitting in a room full of ministers of culture from across Europe. Well, they had what I can only call a willy-waving competition about how much of their culture they digitized. So it's kind of, well, we've done 32 million records. Well, I think you'll find we've done 48 million records. And it was about quantity. It was a competitive impulse to show off the scale of your digitization project. And somebody, I remember it was a guy from Romania, sort of halfway through, just said, but, is it beautiful? Have we created a new library of Europe? Are we creating new experiences? And I love that idea that you've gone from sort of mass scale to that very highly curated experience, that kind of moment of wonder.
Yeah. I mean, you should see the kid's face when she first uses this thing. It's just, the thing is so dumb, but it's such a happy thing when it, you pick up a thing, you put it on the thing, and it makes noise. I think that's a reaction for me from having worked in sort of digital cultural heritage land for some years previous to the idea, which was around, like you mentioned in the intro, that I've worked on really big systems with millions of things for millions of people. And in digital cultural heritage land, that can be a very kind of thin or weak experience, because the metadata can be very poor. There's a real kind of a long tail of detail in cultural collections, I think, because most of the collections are quite uninteresting. And I say that with love. 1% of the British Museum has legitimate interest of the 8 million things that they've got, and so those 1% of things have been described very, very well for 100 years by loads of people, but the rest of it, like there's 10,000 spears from KwaZulu-Natal, and you're just going, come on, you don't need those. That's ridiculous,
Also, I mean, the horrific impact of that is that they've stopped collecting. So you end up with an institution that's a vitrine of what they managed to collect between 1870 and 1780 and 1870, and you know, I can't remember exactly. I did, when I was working in museum collections, count how many decorative objects there were on the database of the British Museum. And, you know, it's hundreds of thousands. And if we're failing to collect contemporary culture and to reflect the fullness of society and identities in the name of preserving in aspect a body of objects that we collected in the kind of age of empire, then we are fundamentally failing the cultural task. So yeah, and
Yeah.
that's,
I mean, British Museum's a big target, and it's easy to lob spitballs at them for sure. But there's also loads and loads of museums who are doing very active and careful and reparative collecting too. You know, working very closely with community and, you know, trying to do the right thing. But I think there's a big contrast between these bloodied colonial collections and stuff that's happening in the present, you know, or the near past, because these bloodied collections are very difficult to work with, for all kinds of different reasons. They're unwieldy culturally and sort of, you know, philosophically and kind of ethically. But you can't sort of, I mean, this isn't a good conversation about repatriation of museum objects, but that's definitely in the wind, and it's, you know, everybody's kind of thinking about it and wanting to help. And I think that's where, for me, it comes down to the scale challenge. You know, it's you require conversation and understanding and looking at each other in order to try to unpick this strange archive of, you know, trophies that are in these big museums. You have to talk to each other, and you can't, you know, it's just it's a pretty hostile environment right now for that to be happening. And I mean, you know, some museums are doing great work again. Like I said, Manchester Museum, I think, has returned a whole bunch of Aboriginal artifacts and remains to Australia, for example. There's, you know, there's good work happening, but that's as a result of humans talking with each other in conversation. And that's what I think technology can obliterate a lot of the time. And, you know, if you're mediating your socializing through screens all the time, no offense everybody, because that's what we're doing right now, but, you know, if that's all you do, and I think that's, you know, not great.
No, I couldn't agree more. Well, I remember being involved in a repatriation claim with one of the national museums and an Aboriginal representative body in Australia, and they got to lawyers at dawn. You know, there was a team of 16 lawyers on each side, until they finally just sat down together and said, look, you know, we have a difference of faiths here. You know, that there's a faith of a belief. It was about some destructive testing on some human remains, and there's a body of thought that says that those remains were the vessel of a soul, and there's a body of thought that says humanity is best served by destructive DNA testing of those fragments. And eventually, in dialogue, they reached a mutually acceptable, you know, gifting of some of the remains into science, which was a different belief system. And technology just obliterates all of that dialogue. So, you know, I presume you're going to think this about this situation. So that vast democratizing power has kind of coded the humanity out of a lot of this dialogue.
Yeah, I mean, I find the phrase democratizing power a little bit sort of oxymoronic, but that's okay.
So we're going to just in a moment come to questions. Hopefully people have been asking things in the chat as we go along, but I suppose just two things I wanted to ask you before we sort of wrap up this part. One was just, I know you've got some exciting things heading down the line, so just wanted to know what you've got coming up next. And also Wikimedia is heading into its next 3-year plan, and I just wondered if you had any thoughts about what fellow trustees should be thinking about as we head into that next plan.
Okay. Yes. Well, at the moment, I've returned to a previous habitat. I'm engaged for about 6 months doing some research for the new owners of Flickr, where I used to work. They basically I started, in fact, a program in 2008 called the Flickr Commons, which was about getting publicly held photography collections into the Flickr community so people could see photographs from museums all over the world and hopefully help describe them if they knew something, or even they could just contribute, you know, subjects and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm working on trying to figure out how to reinvigorate the Flickr Commons program, because it's kind of been kicked around a bunch of different corporate owners for 10 years. Somehow there's still a heartbeat, which is great. So I've had a lot of fun actually kind of exploring the challenge that I think a lot of corporations are facing now after having existed for, 10 plus years in a kind of user-generated content context, like Flickr, where there's, 3 million photos uploaded every day. There's tens of billions of photographs in Flickr now. And there's a corporation in charge of it, and they want to figure out how to not let that be deleted, not only on ethical grounds, but, well, that's a large part of it though. Corporations shouldn't just be able to delete these gigantic, unique cultural heritage, what do you call it? Repository, I suppose, So I've been sort of wondering about and thinking and talking with tons of people about, what kinds of structures corporations could try to incorporate to think in much longer term, and try to put, I'm proposing in the Flickr context to design what I'm calling a content mobility policy that acknowledges how photographs move into and then out of Flickr, and make sure that that whole pipe is managed and has attention and responsibility attached to it. So let's just say the Titanic, Flickr was going down and burning. That would have to be a very bad thing. But, this content mobility policy would hopefully, sometimes when you watch a spy movie and the spy's in real trouble, the baddies are coming, and all of a sudden she hits a button and everything just explodes. And, she's kind of planned for the destruction of her beautiful lair or whatever. I'm sort of imagining the opposite of that in a kind of a lifeboaty way. What would Flickr actually have to build to lifeboat 10 billion photos?
Wow.
This is a non-trivial piece of engineering, right? It's a non-trivial piece of philosophy. It's a non-trivial piece of resourcing to make sure that that doesn't get destroyed. So, that's a fun project. So I've been kind of working on that. And if anybody has, if that sparked anybody's thoughts or would like to follow up with me and give me your 2 cents, I'm researching it now. So please be in touch. So yeah, Flickr, it's kind of cool. It's really nice to be back. And, I love Flickr. I'm super proud of it. And, I don't want it to be deleted. I think that would be really shit. So let's see if we can figure out how not to have that happen.
I remember Bruce DeKale talking to him about, they were doing some work to lifeboat a dying social media network. So they were, I think was it Belgium or Germany, had a social network that was about to go out of existence with about a week's notice. And so they had to go and archive an entire social network overnight. But I love that idea of the kind of exploding spores, that when the organism's at risk, it kind of explodes that kind of body of knowledge out to the world where it can take root elsewhere.
Yeah. Well, it's very Smithson in a way, isn't it? Diffusion of knowledge. Let's just like spray it to everybody.
Fantastic.
And wow, your second question was, what should Wikimedia UK do, I think? I'm not. That's a tricky one because I'm not even sure what's on the agenda. I'd be happy to kind of chime in if that's appropriate as you're chatting. But it's such a question of representation, I think, at the moment, isn't it? Everybody wants to. Well, most of the good people want to have lots and lots of different voices around the table, and I think that's what everybody needs to focus on at the moment. And making sure that that's real and supported and resourced, and you attend to it and you are responsive to it as an organization. I think that's very, very important. And what I discovered when I was doing that research on Wikimedia is that unfortunately it's a bunch of dudes who are in an ivory tower, and same old story. So there are little things you can do that make a big difference in terms of representation. So I would make that on the top of the list. But it's hard to say because I don't know what you're thinking about doing. So
I think, I mean, just to butt in, that's bang on, George, in terms of where our thinking is and what we know we want to build on from our current strategy and work, but also what we need to invest more into. And you've also hit the nail on the head, which is there is a bit of a tension between that and what Wikimedia UK can control and affect, and the wider projects, and how we can influence. I mean, obviously there's amazing stuff going on the projects, but representation is definitely an issue, which is acknowledged. And how do we support and improve and develop that, but also make sure our own house, by which I mean, the charity, the chapter, is actually really doing that work in a meaningful way, as you say. There is a question from Andrea, which I will just read out, if that's okay.
yeah, great.
So Andrea, inevitably I've now lost it in the chat, but I can remember. Andrea said, for you, George, in your sector, what's the most exciting stuff coming up, and also what things are the most difficult or frustrating?
Well, actually,
most exciting challenge ahead in your field, and the most frustrating is the exact wording. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Actually, for me, I think they're the same thing, which is this hope to create a balance of stories. Like, instead of just having these official descriptions all over the place, these histories that are written by the victor, etc., just a great proliferation of a balance of stories around history. I think there's a real appetite and desire for that, and I think it's going to be a real challenge for museums and libraries and archives that have very thick walls and lots of good intent to make themselves fully available to what that actually means. And it comes back to conversation for me, as again, like I've learned, there's an organization on the east coast of the States called I think it's the Newberry Institute, and they've tried to make themselves, white middle class women and on staff, they've tried to make themselves fully available to Native Americans who want to come and look in the stuff and talk about the stuff. And fully available means, cancelling all your appointments for the visit, even if it's not, you're not one-to-one at all times, just making sure that everybody knows that this is what's happening, and it's, it's the most important thing happening under the roof. That's a real shift, I think. And, it's threatening because we're all looking at each other's knowledge systems, and there's a lot of pain and all that kind of stuff just, frothing in the world at the moment. So it's tough. But I think it's also really, really exciting. And I think, there's these last year or two where we've all been stuck and looking at each other and horrified all at once. I think there's something alchemical there, I reckon, socially. So I'm excited, even though it's painful. I hope it's going to be really good. Thank you
for sharing that. I've got another question from Julian, which is, earlier on you were talking about the idea of knowledge, of friction, in terms of dissemination. Particularly Nick was talking about things being frictionless, and George arguing for a bit more friction. I tend to think that friction in that context is difficult to distinguish from gatekeeping. Do you think knowledge should have gatekeepers, and who should they be?
Well, let me just comment on what I was thinking about friction, which is in terms of design. I think it's okay to make using a complex system a bit hard. I think it's good if you have to think about it a bit and pause and stuff. You can't just have really big buttons that make people just go do do do. Otherwise it's uninteresting. It's okay to have it be a bit of a challenge, and especially in these gigantic social systems when we do need to negotiate with each other in the digital space. That's a very complicated thing to do. So that's what I was mentioning about friction. I think, you know, is specifically around sort of system design. Can you please, Lucy, sorry, I've lost the end of the question. I apologize.
No, that's fine. So it was basically for the person who posted this question, they found it, I think, hard to distinguish between friction and gatekeepers. I think you've explained that in talking about it being around design, but there was a question of should online knowledge have gatekeepers, and if so, who should they be?
Well, I think it's useful to contrast the construct of the museum with Wikipedia in this, actually, because, you know, it's a fairly classic perception that curators or other sort of, you know, professionals under the museum roof it's their job to not only control who can see things, but who can use things and how they're described and all that. You know, it's been tightly controlled. Museums are a reflection of power, you know, they just are. So it's all about the correct answer and, you know, truth. But the paradox is that the metadata about the stuff is one-sided and often very thin, racist, incorrect, missing, you know, etc. So it's strange that there's this, you know, perception of honor and truth in these kind of organizations. And then you've got a very social space, Wikipedia, even Flickr actually is very social like this, where you have negotiation of meaning in a very kind of linguistic and social sense. And that negotiation and conversation means that it's unlikely that you'll get very many actors in that who really have the same kind of level of, you know, truth control that people in museums do. And the tension that you find at the moment is that you've got individuals working in cultural institutions who know what the problem is and want to fix it, but the institution around them isn't built for that kind of conversation and maneuvering to happen, you know. So that's
yeah, and that sorry, but just say that really resonates with me in terms of some of the conversations we have with institutions where you might have, you know, head of digital or whoever it is who really get some of the issues, but then they're like, oh, I can't do that because of this, I can't do that. And sometimes it's people and sometimes it's policies and sometimes it's just practice that has weighed them down over the years. This is just how it is, and it's part of the objects almost, you know, the practice becomes so sort of I can't think of the word, but you know, it crystallizes in that way. Anyway, sorry.
No, I think it's a really timely question because there's a lot of anger and skepticism about, you know, imperial gatekeeping practices. And, you know, we're all looking at them going, wow, they got away with all that for so long and killed that many people and stole that much stuff. And you're just going, oh my God, this is really bad, everybody, this is really bad, you know? So it's, I don't know. I think it's about sort of trying to transcend that. You know, we're not going to pull apart museums. That's going to be very difficult to do. And it's not, I don't think it's going to be, I mean, you could empty every museum, right? But I don't necessarily believe that that's the answer either, because I think collections of things and, you know, historical perspectives are very important for us as well. So it's, you know, but that's why these big digital social systems could be good and healthy for us, because they're conversational and we have to negotiate with each other. You know, it's not just one index card in one drawer in one building describing one object. You know, it's networked, it's, you know, it's multilingual, it's alive, you know, it's very different. So I just think the sort of master's house of the museum, that model is creaking now, isn't it? It's really creaking, and everybody's just going, oh, we've got stuff in our collection that we know is terrible and we don't know who owns it, and we want to do the right thing, but we just don't know how to start, and, you know, all that type of stuff. I'd be interested to hear if other people have thoughts on gatekeeping and stuff, actually.
Just scanning across, there's some interesting chat going on as well about the power balance design in Wikimedia, which is really interesting as well. But did anybody want to come in and comment on this question? Either raise a hand physically or on the interface. I'm scanning across.
Or if there's good chat stuff, I don't mind. Or not. That's okay too.
What have we got? Gatekeeping is
it's a very live issue actually for a lot of people around the virtual room. And I think many of us are grappling with some of the tensions that you've described, and particularly George, you know, I imagine most people on this call don't want museums empty. You know, we don't want a set of like new executive apartments in every museum building, God forbid. But it is thinking about how we in each of our little spaces that we're operating in can help support that transformation, and it does need to be a transformation.
I think the Wikimedian in Residence program is super healthy because you're getting fresh people to ask fresh questions in a really constructive and positive way, to introduce these thick-walled, good-intended, you know, institutions into a kind of seething mass of opinions, which is, you know, it's a bit scary. It's like diving into a pit of snakes. I can imagine, you know, I can see how that would be a bit confronting, you know. So having a little translator in there, or, you know, a buffer, I think is fantastic. So maybe that's another thing you could do, Lucy, is just like have 10,000 more of them.
Lorna, did I see you wanted to come in on this one?
No, I was just picking up on the comment about gatekeeping, and I think that's a real issue, not just within the Wikimedia communities, but in all open communities. There is a lot of gatekeeping, and I think it's there's still too often the assumption that if a community or a site or a domain or a piece of software is open, then anyone can contribute to it. And of course, that's not the case at all. And I think it's very easy to assume that if people aren't participating in open communities, it's because they don't want to, rather than the fact that they are being actively excluded. And that's not to say that it's necessarily deliberate, but it is a thing. It's a very real thing. So I think gatekeeping is something that we absolutely do need to address in all open communities.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to start bringing this part of the discussion to a close. So I guess
Julian has a question, Nick.
Julian, go for it.
Hi, Julian.
Hi, actually, it really leads on from what Lorna, can you hear me all right, by the way?
Yeah.
Good stuff. It leads on from what Lorna was saying, which is that gatekeeping is a huge issue, but in the context of Wikimedia and Wikipedia, there's a second order issue of perhaps people don't even know that this is a thing that they might like to do, and accessing that information and helping to refine it. Again, it's not that necessarily a barrier to entry, because you know, the physical barrier is what, you know, setting up an account and getting going. It might actually be the second order effect of, oh, I didn't know I could just sit down and write this thing, or I have this knowledge and I didn't know people would be interested in it. So yeah, I just think it's a really important question. And we need to look at the sort of second and third order effect drivers as well.
Yeah. I mean, I've started a very small Wikipedia project, which is there's a template that exists that I think it lists all the objects that were in that radio program, History of the World in 100 Objects. So it's the kind of 100 prizes of the British Museum. And I've been going through, I'm only up to, I think, 8 or 9 at the moment, but I've been going through these articles to try to reframe, you know, they say the word provenance, for example, and my friend and I have sort of started using the heading excavation and removal. You know, so just trying to reframe some of these articles, because they sort of celebrate the first discovery by a white person of this, you know, 2,000-year-old monument. Anyway, just the language that is used across Wikipedia for a lot of the objects that are held in the British Museum are just so euphemistic, and, you know, it's terrible. So I think you're right, Julian. I've only just sort of latched onto that as something, a little project that I can make, and, you know, actually try to stop that kind of language propagating across the internet about how amazing it is that that white guy discovered that thing that time, you know. So yeah, it's a little thing, but.
George, on that note, we're going to have to move on to the next item on the agenda. So I knew it was going to be.
Can we just chat for the next hour?
Can we just to be honest, yes, but no, we've got a whole kind of AGM thing. We've got to talk about finance and governance and all of that great stuff. I'm such a massive fan of your work, George, and you've been amazing in kind of pioneering new thinking. I'm super excited about where you're going to go next, but I really, really appreciate you taking the time to be with us.
Oh, that's a pleasure. Thank you for asking me. And while you're continuing to do AGM chats, I'll look at the chat, and if there's links, I'll put them in where I can. Okay. So I'll just hang around in the corner for a second while you keep doing your AGM business.
Brilliant. Can we all offer George thanks in either clapping, hand waving, or signalling appropriately?
Hey, thanks. Thanks, everybody. Oh, pleasure.
Good
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm handing on to Katie now, who's going to lead us into a short break, I think.
Yes, so we really encourage everybody to get up, move around, get yourself a cup of tea. This is just a short break rather than our longer lunch, which is coming later. It will just be 15 minutes. We're 3 minutes past, but should we still reconvene at 15:15? Okay, cool. Yes, then thank you everybody and thank you to George and Nick. I will see you at 12:15.
I'm going to hang out here for a minute, so if anybody wants to chat, go for it. But there's some really important discussions emerging in that chat.
Apologies for looking like I'm drinking a very large cocktail, but I promise it's a smoothie.
Yeah, we'll believe you, Katie.
Yeah.
I prefer to make believe it's a cocktail at midday.
Yeah.
That's helping you survive the AGM.
Is that just a straw? I don't think it is like kind of a solid mass that I've just made.
I lack style, but all you do is you pour your cocktails into a mug and it's fine. This is a very hot one though.
I'm really enjoying these pictures, Katie.
Yeah, that's all George.
George, thank you.
The lovely thing about having a bigger team is that
you can get other people to do stuff.
nice little bits like this in the breaks rather than just yeah, the kind of graphic that I made. By the way, if anybody I think it's included on the first picture of this slide, but we're using the hashtag WMUK AGM if you're wanting to tweet or anything about it. Oh no, I just clicked off.
We'll have to make sure we preserve this chat discussion, you know, not to share publicly, but just because there's some great points and links and so on.
Yeah, that's automatically saved. I think that's how our settings are.
Is this the Nicola Sturgeon show, these slides?
I've just come back and I have no idea what is going on.
It's a presentation that we're just showing in the breaks. I didn't realise how much Scottish content in it. I think that's because of the lack of Sarah Thomas joining us today. George felt that we should have some of her good old Scottish content included.
I think it's like one of the collections that we helped release last year from Flickr, actually, the Scots government Flickr account. And yeah, George must have gotten a bit excited about that. That's why.
Doesn't Nicola Sturgeon get everyone excited? I mean, in a political sense, people. That might just be my parents-in-law. She's the dear leader in that household. Scottish household, I should add, but that's probably unnecessary. Katie, I saw in the Slack that you were just checking in about whether all our speakers are here.
Yes.
And I wondered what the outcome was.
I haven't checked since
Okay. No worries.
Did I just show everybody the Slack?
Possibly. I think there was some discussion of willy waving.
Cool. I think this is officially at the end of our break, so I'll stop screen sharing, see who we have back with us. Yes, because this section is for lightning talks. So if I can confirm that we've got Kirsty Ross with us. Kirsty, are you here? Oh yeah, I can see you. And got Martin, I can see. Well, Cass.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
I'm making you all co-hosts, so if you wish to share anything.
I think Natasha is going to introduce the speakers, I think.
Okay, cool.
I am indeed. I'm just looking for one last speaker, but they're not here yet. And I know there was an issue. They were asking about the time difference. So I think they're also coming to us live from the other side of the world. We had a bit of a difference in the time difference. So hopefully they'll make it for their section. Shall I kick off then? Is everybody back from break? Yep. Yeah, cool. Okay, so I'll kick off. And I just actually wanted to pick up on something that I thought was really interesting that George said in the chat that she had with Nick, and linking that to kind of the fact that one of the amazing things that we have across the Wikimedia community is incredibly passionate individuals who want to talk about the projects and the activities that they're involved in. And it's really exciting to hear from individuals today who are talking about their projects. And one of those projects, the first one we hear from, definitely links to that idea of focusing on different voices and making sure that they're real and supported and resourced. So actually identifying what those different and who those different voices belong to, and making sure we're making space for that conversation. So that links really nicely to the first lightning talk that we've got today, which is from Dr. Martin Poulter and from Waqas Ahmed, who are talking about visual arts bias on Wikipedia, a piece of research that was funded by Wikimedia UK, and they're going to take us through that now.
Thanks, Natasha. Do you have our slides?
Katie, are you able to get their slides on screen?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent.
So yeah, hi everybody, I'm Martin, and reporting, as Natasha said, on some research that was supported by Wikimedia UK and relates to cultural gaps on the Wikimedia projects. And I'm hoping to see slides while we wait for the slides to come up. I'll say this bears on knowledge equity and on the things we've been discussing so far at this event. And so I don't need to recapitulate that we aim to be a really global reference source that's by and for everybody, but we fall far short of it because wider society falls far short of it. There are biases and power imbalances in the systems of scholarship and curation, and of course in online communities themselves. So we looked into specifically a cultural gap because not to define exactly what knowledge equity would be, but to measure kind of an existing imbalance. Do we have our slides?
This is the friction list that I think Nick was talking about, right?
Right. The way we did the research was to look at 100 artists from the Western tradition. Yeah, so go on a couple of slides. Yeah, knowledge equity, you know about that. We compared 100 artists from the essentially European Western tradition, including, say, Constable and Turner from English culture, against 100 artists from other cultures. So the people in Japanese or Iranian culture who is important to them as Constable and Turner are to us. And you'd expect some variation across different languages of Wikipedia, what's called the local hero effect. But we found 7 times more coverage on Wikipedia as a whole, conservatively. It's an effect, it's larger than this, for the Western canon than for the other cultures. So that's the summary of what we found, and there's a whole paper there waiting peer review. I've been very fortunate to work with Waqas Ahmed. He's a scholar, he's a visual artist himself, and he has access to fantastic expertise about the history of art. So I'll hand over, Waqas, can you tell us what stands out for you as an artist and scholar looking at Wikipedia?
Thank you, Martin, and very good to be in everyone's company. All right, so even without doing the research, right? So without engaging some of Martin's really amazing expertise into data analysis and the rest, anyone who just scans Wikipedia generally will find this gross imbalance between the coverage of Western and non-Western artists and artworks. And these are just some examples here that you can see listed here, right? So if you just go to list of sculptors, there's a tradition of sculpture worldwide, and yet 99% of that list is Western. If you look at painters by nationality, approximately 75%, list of contemporary visual artists, approximately 80%, and the list goes on. I mean, there are whole traditions of art and that are acknowledged as being culturally significant, and yet they're not really even covered. I mean, the likes of there's not even an article for the art of Mali, for example, which is hugely significant in the history of world art. And then even if you look at national museums, many, if not most, of Western national museums are covered, whereas very few are covered around the world, and those that are covered very, very insufficiently. And again, if you look here, single artist museums that you see here, that list is 90% Western when in fact there are so many around the world. So this is just looking at a surface level, right? And you see this gross bias against non-Western visual art. And so this is something that really whets the appetite to dig deeper, as we have done and as Martin has done so greatly through the research. So if we move on to the next page, we'll see a couple of examples I'm just going to share very quickly. So here you see this is something very recognizable to everyone. The Sistine Chapel, of course, is going to have a lot of bytes on Wikipedia, a lot of files on Wikimedia Commons, and a lot of statements on Wikidata. That is to be expected because we, living in the West, understand this as being very, very culturally significant and generating a lot of interest. But if you look at on the right, the Blue Moss ceiling, not the Blue Moss interior, the ceiling itself is also meant to be equally culturally significant for that part of the world, and that part of the world being the Islamic world, which, as we know, is incredibly vast due to Islamic civilization. So it's comparable, and even in terms of the amount of tourists it gets a year, it's comparable to the amount that Sistine Chapel gets as well. And yet, if you look on the right-hand side, there's actually not even an article written about the ceiling on Wikipedia. It doesn't exist, and neither. And if you look at the images, of course, there's lots of tourists, so you do get quite a lot of images, but not half as many, or just over half as many on Commons, and there's no statement on Wikidata at all. If we move on to the next one, please. Yep, this one again, you recognize this. Leonardo da Vinci, one of the most, if not the most culturally significant and covered and spoken about artist figure in Western history. And again, to be expected, look at the amount of coverage here on Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, Wikidata. But then if you look at just, again, an example, again, this is arguable, but for the purposes of this study, we just chose Su Shi, who is a polymath of equal note when you speak to anybody in China, huge cultural significance. And yet, if you look at the comparison in terms of the coverage on Wikipedia, Commons, and Wikidata, there is no comparison because it's hardly any. I mean, Su Shi has, even if we're going to speak about commercially, Su Shi's artwork has set the world record for the price of an artwork coming from China. So So this is just these are just a couple of examples of this gross imbalance, one that we'll all be able to relate to. But if we dig deeper, we'll find so many more throughout the Wikimedia ecosystem. So thank you very much. That's it from us. Unless, Martin, you have anything else to add?
No? Okay, brilliant. Thank you, guys. Absolutely amazing piece of research. And as you've both said, kind of highlights something that we, feel, but it gives us the numbers to really kind of say, well, actually, this is what's happening at the moment in the space that we know everybody can participate in and everybody has access, potentially to, that there is this bias. Our next speaker, Dr. Kirsty Ross, is going to actually talk to us a bit about inclusion, diversity, equity and accessibility, and how at St Andrews University they're looking at what that challenges them to do, and how, although anyone can edit Wikipedia, not everybody does. So that's the position that Kirsty is going to be coming from for the next talk. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. Unfortunately, I have nowhere near the same level of data that Martin and Wiki have. I'm so sorry about that. So I'm here to just share a little bit of news about what's happening at the University of St Andrews and what we're up to up in Scotland, and also as a wee call to action if anyone fancies getting involved to reach out and get in touch with me. So I am one of the co-founders of a brand new shiny network. We started on the 1st of April this year, called the Inclusion, Diversity, Equity and Accessibility, or IDEA Network for short, in open research, in open knowledge. It's an interdisciplinary group of like-minded staff and students from across the University of St Andrews who are dedicated to ensuring that access to knowledge is open to all and reflects the diversity of knowledge in society. Now, we're being very deliberately as inclusive as humanly possible. We're trying to make sure that we include both academics, undergraduates, postgraduates, professional services staff, those in libraries and museums as well, in terms of an internal focus. But so the initial focus for our network is going to be Wikimedia and her sister projects. And as Natasha says, we're seeking to address the challenge that although not everyone can edit Wikipedia, not everyone does. So our first sort of 3 key aims that we're trying to do is increase engagement with and representation of marginalized people and subjects, for example, through editathons. So for example, Scotland currently has a project, a European Researchers' Night project called Explorathon. So I'm planning a Europe-wide editathon in September for researchers from Italy, let me get this right, Italy, Malta, Spain, and Sweden, yeah, that was it, and also UK and Ireland as well, with the goal of editing on Wikipedia for a 72-hour window over the final weekend in September this year as part of Explorathon. We're running various training events for researchers and anyone else, quite frankly, who's interested. I'm deliberately keeping it as wide open as humanly possible. We're hoping to work with, second aim is we're hoping to work with our partners to develop digital data and information literacy through Wikimedia. So internally, this is through training for staff and students, but also working with external partners as well. We've already run a training session for library staff from Glasgow, for example. I'm currently talking to our schools organisation called CERC in Scotland to see if there's a way that we can integrate this into primary and secondary school digital literacy as well. And lastly, we're hoping to develop our capacity and our profile as an organisation for open knowledge. So hopefully increasing the size of the network. I mean, we're literally just getting started at the moment. So if anyone has any feedback or suggestions on pitfalls that we could possibly avoid, or things that we should do or shouldn't do, it's completely open and democratic and as transparent as humanly possible. But we're also trying to encourage our researchers to integrate Wikimedia projects into both their research, into their teaching, but also their public engagement and knowledge exchange practice as well. I'm trying to think what else. And I'm going to give a wee shout out to Sarah Thomas, who's been absolutely legendary in helping us get this off the ground, and also to my co-founder, Abd al-Sattar Adati, who happens to be a Syrian computing science PhD student at St Andrews, who couldn't be here today, but was quite keen for me to make sure that the network was shared. I'm going to keep it short and sweet, if that's okay. So that's everything I have to say. Please do get in touch if you think this is something you might be interested in. We're looking for, in the first instance, advisory board members, so people to come along a couple of times a year to provide an overall steering for the network. We also have a steering group. So this is more the day-to-day delivery and organizational logistics side of things, as well as just general members. And they don't have to be members based at St Andrews, they can be based absolutely anywhere. So if you've got any ideas, or if we can contribute to any of your projects in any way, please do let us know. Thank you.
Excellent, brilliant. Thank you very much, Kirsty. And I think it's fascinating that the tentacles of the idea are really going further and further out and embracing more of the community.
This is our problem. We need to work out what we can do, because we're currently basically unfunded. I think I've got technically a day a week that I'm allowed to work on bits and pieces associated with this. So we're trying to work out how we can grow this sustainably and not run before we can walk effectively.
I'm sure there are people out there who can help you with that. Next, we are heading to Wales to hear from Jason Evans, who's the Wikimedian in residence at the National Library of Wales. Jason is joining us via video, so I think, Katie, you're going to share that video for us. Brilliant. Okay, so over to Jason now, who's talking about Places of Wales.
Can't hear it, Katie.
Yeah. I want to talk about. Hello, everyone. Today, I want to talk about our latest project in Wales, which focuses on preserving Welsh place names on wiki projects. So this is a project that follows on from the WikiPix project that we hosted last year, a lot of which was done during lockdown, where we crowdsourced Welsh place names. We've got over 7,000 listed building names translated, because the official data set for Welsh listed buildings is only available in English. So we crowdsourced a lot of those names in Welsh and added it to Wikidata. We also got thousands of openly licensed images of listed buildings that we can now use on Wikidata and in Wikipedia articles, and they're all up on Commons, and we've shared them on other platforms as well openly. So that project was a real success, and following on from that, we wanted to build on this idea of increasing the amount of Welsh language data for Welsh places on Wikidata. So why is this important? Why should we record and go to the effort of getting these Welsh language place names preserved on Wikipedia and on Wikidata? Well, in Wales, quite often place names have two names. There's the Welsh name, which is usually older and used by the Welsh population. And then there's the English name, which is usually a more modern name and one that's often used by English-speaking population in Wales. They often mean completely different things. So if we look at the example of a place that's known in English as Cable Bay in North Wales, it was called Cable Bay around 100 years ago when some cables were laid that went out to sea, a phone line, I think it was. But the Welsh name for this place, Porthtre Castell, is much older. This is hundreds, if not thousands of years old, and it refers to the port of a fortified town. So, although there's no sort of evidence there, physical evidence of this fortified town, the history is preserved in the name. It's part of our history, it's part of our culture, and if these names are lost because it's easier to pronounce the English version, or it's more simple to just put one version of a name on a website, for example, then we risk losing that history, losing our vocabulary, losing the information that's in these names forever. So we're going to continue crowdsourcing Welsh translations of place names, as we did in the WikiPix project. We're going to use a simple spreadsheet for translating historic building place names. We're going to host a number of events where we show people how they can contribute to Wikidata, to OpenStreetMaps, ways in which they can share Welsh language place names. And we're going to use open data sets. So we've already shared over 1,000 new Wikidata items on Welsh hills and mountains, all with Welsh labels and descriptions. And we're going to be working on other data sets that already exist, published by the Welsh Government, for things like picnic areas, nature reserves, reservoirs, even public toilets, and make sure they all have Welsh language names and English on Wikidata. And we've also worked with the Welsh Language Commission. Now, they've done some really interesting work on standardizing the spelling of Welsh place names, also the English language names of places in Wales. And we've aligned their entire data set with Wikidata, but rather than replacing the community sourced spelling of place names, we have left that well alone, because it's up to the community how they want to spell and how they know their local place names. So what we've done instead is use the official name property on Wikidata to add both the English and the Welsh official spellings as decided by the Welsh Language Commission to Wikidata with references back to their database. And I think this is a really good model that enables us to have both the crowdsourced captured data and also the official Welsh Government data in one place. And we're going to be working, as I've mentioned, with OpenStreetMap on this project, because there's a lot of information in Wikidata that's not in OpenStreetMap and vice versa. So we're going to be trying to align these data sets as much as possible by adding Wikidata QIDs to items on OpenStreetMap. And also on the Welsh Map Your Cymru website, which uses OpenStreetMap, we want to be able to render place names on the map, not just from OpenStreetMap, but also from Wikidata. And then we want to add a Wikidata layer on top where people can filter and explore all the thousands of items that are in Wikidata with Welsh language names on top of the Welsh language OpenStreetMap. And we're hoping this will lead to some really interesting collaboration between Wikidata and OpenStreetMap, and also improve the provision of Welsh language mapping services in general. So that's a whistle-stop tour of our new project. Unfortunately, I can't be with you live today to take any questions or comments, but do please feel free to reach out to me if you want to chat about this or any of our other work in Wales. Welcome, Val.
Absolutely fantastic, really great work happening there in Wales with the Welsh language. Next, we are moving to Lorna Campbell, who, alongside being a Wikimedia UK trustee, is a passionate advocate for knowledge activism. And Lorna is talking about representation of HIV and AIDS activism on Wikipedia. I can't actually see Lorna on my screen at the moment, but I definitely see, oh, there.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for the introduction, Natasha. Right, I don't have slides, but I'm going to see if I can share my screen. So if you just give me a moment. Right, Natasha, could you tell me if you can see that, please? And if I switch between the windows, can you see them switching?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. As Natasha said, my name is Lorna Campbell. I'm one of the trustees of Wikimedia UK, and I'm speaking to you from Glasgow this afternoon, where it was beautiful this morning, but it's now a bit overcast. So as we're all aware, Wikimedia's vision is to imagine a world in which every human being can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. But as we're also well aware, Wikimedia, its communities and its projects are not yet representative of the diversity of the world and the diversity of knowledge to be shared. And we've heard some really important examples of that already this morning. Women, people of colour, Indigenous communities and LGBTQ individuals are all underrepresented in Wikimedia communities and projects. LGBTQ lives, histories and experiences are particularly poorly represented on Wikipedia, but there are a number of initiatives that are helping to redress the balance. Wikipedia has an LGBT+ user group that aims to increase the quantity and quality of LGBT+ content on the encyclopedia and encourage LGBT+ cultural organisations to adopt the values of free culture and use Wikimedia projects as tools for strengthening queer communities. The user group supports a range of activities, including Wiki Loves Pride and Wikipedia for Peace, which among other things runs editathons to coincide with the Europride festivals. And in 2019, there should be an image there. I was very fortunate to secure a small grant from Wikimedia UK, and I was able to attend the Wikipedia for Peace editathon in Vienna that coincided with the Europride festival there. And as part of that, a group of 12 editors from all over the world came together and created and translated 113 new articles on LGBT+ topics in a range of European languages, and uploaded hundreds of photographs of the Europride parade on Wikimedia Commons, making a significant contribution to improving equality, diversity, and queer representation on Wikipedia. And it was while taking part in the Europride editathon that I noticed that the history of HIV and AIDS activism in Scotland was completely absent from the encyclopedia. Scottish AIDS Monitor and Face West, two prominent AIDS organisations, had no articles at all. And although an article existed for Derek Ogg, the founder of Scottish AIDS Monitor, it only touched on his legal career and made no mention at all of his important AIDS activism. So when the University of Edinburgh's Disabled Staff Network and Staff Pride Network decided to run an editathon for LGBT History Month this year in February, to follow up their successful Pride editathon on LGBT+ books in Scotland and beyond, I suggested HIV and AIDS activism in Scotland as a topic. The networks were keen to address this omission, and HIV Scotland also came on board to support the event. And with sterling support from Ewan McAndrew, the University of Edinburgh's indefatigable Wikimedian in residence, who is here with us today, I'm pleased to say that 6 new articles were created and several others improved, making a significant contribution to representing the history of HIV and AIDS activism in Scotland on Wikipedia. We created new articles for Scottish AIDS Monitor, Face West, and HIV Scotland, and improved articles and created biographical articles for activists Derek Ogg, Ken Cowan, and Maureen Moore. But of course, there's still a huge amount of work to be done, and numerous other activists, organisations, films, plays, and art networks that are still missing from Wikipedia. As highlighted by this list curated by Wiki Project AIDS, a community collaboration dedicated to improving articles about AIDS and HIV related topics. Shortly after the HIV Scotland editathon, I also created a Wikipedia article for Jill Nalder. Jill is an actress and activist who inspired the central character of Jill Baxter in Russell T Davies TV series focusing on a group of gay men and their friends during the early days of the AIDS crisis in the UK. Nalder, a Welsh actress who also played the fictional Jill's mother in the TV series, became involved in HIV and AIDS activism while living in London in the 1980s, at the height of the AIDS crisis. With other members of the West End theatre community, she organised fundraising campaigns and benefit performances to support AIDS awareness and research. And she supported HIV-positive gay men and visited AIDS patients in hospitals around London, something we see the fictional Jill doing in the series. Although It's a Sin received widespread critical acclaim, it was criticised in some quarters for stereotyping women as carers and for centering the experiences of cis women rather than gay men. And while there is certainly a very valid discussion to be had there, it's important to acknowledge the many women who played an important role in awareness raising, fundraising, befriending, and caring for people living with AIDS in the earliest years of the pandemic. If we don't recognise and remember the contribution of these women, it's easy to assume that they simply weren't there. And when I was actually putting this talk together, I originally gave this talk as part of a workshop that Ewan ran at the University of Edinburgh. And when I was putting it together, I came across another female HIV and AIDS activist who's missing from Wikipedia, and that's Aileen Gutzer, a nurse who features in the award-winning American documentary film about AIDS and the HIV crisis in San Francisco, We Were Here. During the airing of It's a Sin, the hashtag #BeMoreJill started trending to raise awareness of HIV and AIDS and the importance of activists like Jill Nalder and Jill Baxter in the series. And one of the things that you can do to be more Jill is to join a Wikipedia editathon, learn to edit, and help to ensure that LGBTQ+ lives and histories are represented on the world's most important source of free and open knowledge. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Lorna. And I'm sure we'll all think of ways we can be more Jill in the future. Our final talk today is about the Core contest, which is in its 9th year. And we're really grateful to Kaz for joining us today. She's on the panel of the Core contest. And I have seen Kaz today, but I can't see them at the moment.
Yes, I'm here. G'day.
Sorry, Kaz, sorry.
Can you hear me? That's all right.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, have you got slides to share?
Yes,
yeah,
I do. I've never shared slides on Zoom, so we'll just see how this goes. Hang on. Does anyone know where the share screen button is?
Down in the middle or the center.
Oh, yeah. Right where it says the host disabled participant screen sharing, it says.
I think I hadn't got round to sharing with you in particular.
Okay.
At the start of the meeting.
All right.
Thank you, co-host now.
Ah, it works, I think.
Excellent.
So, all right. So today we're talking about the Core contest, which is now in its 8th. Now, hang on. I'm just trying to make it. I won't view. All right. Oh, there we go. It's being recalcitrant. Okay, so the Core contest, which is something that I stumbled over in 2012, basically because what I found, which Femke's slides shows here, the way we improve articles on Wikipedia means a lot of, in the early days, like the early 2000s, people just dumped a lot of information, which was, a lot of it was good, a lot of it was average, into a lot of the broad articles. Now, what's happened since then is a lot of stuff has stayed stagnant or been added to in a haphazard way, unless it's been through one of our audited processes, like a good article or featured article process. However, what happens there is that the way those processes have developed, it's a lot easier to work on something narrow, such as, you know, if I wrote an article on, I don't know, Ealing Common Tube Station, it would be a lot easier to work on that than, say, the London Underground or something of that nature to become featured or a good article. So I found this and thought it was a great way to somehow encourage people with carrots rather than sticks to work on sort of broad articles. So there's another slide. So this is 2012 was when I was starting to think about it, and it's the same now. So the idea was that having been very poor once myself, that some sort of, even just a little something for people would go a long way in sort of, I don't know, making people feel good and possibly altering editor behavior to buff some of the sort of core encyclopedic content. So this is, I agree with all this. Oh yes, hence the timeline here. All right. What's the next one? Yes. Okay, so this is like, I mean, this is good because it gives a broad spectrum of what people choose to work on, so that, you know, you can see there, you know, there's 2 capital cities, an iconic stage and screen and novel character that's been depicted more than any other character in the history of film, being Dracula. You got politicians, things from Manhattan, manufacturing, the broad things that you generally don't see at the good and featured article process. And most of these things have been languishing for probably 15 years in a state of pleasant or unpleasant chaos. Anyway, so this is good. So we've got 3 that have been promoted to good article status. The other reason, I mean, initially, just another bit of self-disclosure. I think way back in 2006 when I started editing, I remember being dismayed early on at the idea that anything you write can be erased by someone else. And I thought, oh, that's a bummer. And then I came across the good and featured article process, which acts as like a stable version of the best thing we've got to a next best thing to a stable version. And so since then, probably 85% of the 200,000 odd edits I've done have been towards, if I work on something, I'll get it to that. So there's like a stable version that can be reviewed at any point. So I guess it just goes to show that at any instance, a bit of selfish existentialism at the root of all this utilitarianism. But anyway, so that's the core contest.
And am I right in saying the core contest is still running this year until?
Yeah. It's going for another week. I did a silly thing this morning because I thought it was 4 weeks. So I started tallying up stuff and then realized it was before my morning coffee. So, and someone pointed it out and whoops. Yeah. But yeah, it's still going for another week or so. People are still improving stuff. Once we hit the deadline, go and have a look at some stuff, compare notes, come up with some winners, and big hugs all around until we do it again.
That's good. And just to say an extra thanks, Kaz, for joining us, because obviously you're in a different time zone as well. So it's quite late at night for you rather than the rest of us who are getting to our lunchtime. So thank you for joining us. That's really, really appreciated. Thank you to all of our lightning speakers. Absolutely fantastic, fascinating, and a real showcase for the passion that we have across the community for our amazing activities and projects. Thank you very much, guys. I think, am I right, Katie, that we're heading into a bit of a late break now?
Yes, we're starting lunch, which is supposed to be 45 minutes, but we're about 10 minutes into that. I suppose, what's everyone feeling? Do you feel like you need the full 45 minutes? And
Katie, I'm wondering if we should stick with the sort of 15 minutes of clear time, clear space, so that people do go and have lunch and so on. And then maybe we'll have to, maybe we can run over a little bit. We can probably start the AGM 5 minutes late. I think we've got quite a bit of fat in the AGM schedule, but maybe we'll come back at 1:10 for those who want to participate in the scavenger hunt. And that will run for, I think, about 5 or 10 minutes. And then Martin is very kindly going to do some Wikidata stuff with us. So you're welcome, obviously, to take the whole of the lunch break, but there are going to be some activities from 1:10. Nick, sorry, I should have consulted with you. Is that okay to start the AGM at 1:35?
Yeah, absolutely, no problem at all.
Great. So if anyone is going and not participating in the scavenger hunt, and so on, then make sure you're back here by 1:35, please.
So what is Wikidata? Some of you will be very familiar, as I said, but how I would describe it to people who are not so familiar is it's a massive database of things. It's basically everything on all the Wikipedias plus a load of other stuff. So as you see, there's around 95 million items, and those are people, places, locations, artworks, books, and so forth. But what we're going to look at today is the query service. So how we actually use this database, a lot of it comes through the query service and asking it questions about lists of things and what we can find. So some simple examples will be, show me all the cats on Wikidata. and it shows you all the notable cats or the cats that have a Wikidata item. So similar to a Wikipedia article, though they wouldn't necessarily have a Wikipedia article each. Or more complex queries, let's hope I can find one that doesn't time out. Like all the humans we have in Wikidata are born in New York City. So this starts to kind of give you an idea of how many people we have and what kind of information we have about them. And what we're going to do is, with the help of Martin, who has introduced himself already through his earlier presentation, is ask him to find things for us on Wikidata. So we can ask for simple things, or we could ask for more complicated things. The aim is not to beat Martin or find queries that are impossible to write, but hopefully through this process we might be able to get an idea of what Wikidata is good at and what it's not so good at. It has a lot of things, but it doesn't have certain types of information, and maybe doesn't allow us to search for certain types of people. So Martin,
I just wanted to interject that there are people in this meeting who are better than me at Wikidata, and there are some people in this meeting who've been trained a bit by me in Wikidata. So it's definitely not just me. I'm hoping we data geeks can pull together on this.
Indeed. So I'm going to stop sharing. And what I would suggest in terms of questions and queries and things is stick them in the chat. So ideas could be, like, for example, what are the star signs of all the Japanese prime ministers? That's a bit of one I made earlier, to be honest. But other things, such as a list of people and then another piece of criteria, or where are all of Picasso's artworks, or anything you might particularly be interested in. So I would, if you have any ideas, stick them in the chat. If you're an expert and can kind of consult and come in when Martin's looking at something about how to expand or a way to look at a query differently, that's entirely welcome as well. But Martin, I'll hand over to you for a second if you want to, oh, is Listeria working? I'm not sure. Martin, I'll hand over to you if you want to share your screen, and then I'll read out possible queries or questions if people have any to ask.
Oh, you want me to create the query while sharing my screen? Oh, that's extra.
Yeah,
extra sage. I just want to say that in case people don't know, that the output of a Wikidata query can be a table, like in the examples we're just looking at, but also it can be a map, it can be a timeline, it could be an image gallery. So image gallery of self-portrait art by women is one really useful query that gives you all kinds of different things from different eras. You might want places of birth in the world of people who have the same first name as you. You'd have a timeline. If there's a particular author, you could have a timeline of their major publications. And these things, they won't be complete. As we're discussing all today, you can't assume Wikidata is complete, but there's a lot of stuff there. There's billions of facts and properties represented there. So it'll at least be a good start, at least for things within a kind of a particular Western canon of knowledge and culture.
So to get us started, I'm going to request one, and I'd say French authors born in Paris, which is something we will likely have a good way of finding.
Can I share?
Oh, can we give Martin?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So I get a skeleton of a query. It's not, yeah, this isn't really training. I can't really talk through what I'm doing. The thing we want, we're going to call the item. We're going to get its label in English. So we're looking for people. Place of birth. Paris. And nationality or country of citizenship. Fine. Were those the criteria, Stuart?
Yep, that's a good start. And we've got a real question as well, not just my example.
Right.
So
I think there's going to be a lot, again, with the North European focus of this data set.
So one from Ian would be places of birth of British prime ministers who have also been a university rector.
Oh, wow.
Right.
New tab. So we want the place of birth. I'll ignore the university rector thing for first pass. So we want item instance of human being, position held. I think the prime ministers are done by position held.
We could look at an example.
And then Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is its own of the United Kingdom. And then we're getting their birthplace. Let's see if that returns some people. And then, right, so, right, prime ministers and their birthplace, but this should be a map because it's about places. So I'm going to specify, make it a map, and we want coordinates. Coordinate location, coords, and we're going to say give us the coords in the results and use them to make a map.
So what does that pull out? Okay.
And they're in the United Kingdom, kind of as you'd expect. Oh, wasn't Boris Johnson born in New York?
Yeah, Boris Johnson's New York.
There you go, New York City, Boris Johnson. So who's born in Canada? Bernard Law. Don't know. Right, I've expanded my knowledge. So we could add images to this. So the image of the person. We don't want Boris's face popping up when you click this, but this is the sort of thing you can do with a map. We can sometimes color code it. So if say by the century that these people were prime minister in, if we had a lot more time. Oh, we wanted rectors of university as well.
Yeah.
So another fact about these people that we're interested in is another position they held. I don't know how this is modeled. So this is the thing with it's folksonomic, and people are building the way to represent the data at the same time they're building the data set. It's not all decided. So some of these things idiosyncratic. I suppose there'll be we'll say the job is rector, and rector is a type of
occupation, or
yeah. So here are the different things that Wikidata knows about that are called rector. Rector of the Literary Institute.
Position
so
held,
rector in this sense is an occupation. So, whoops.
Yeah, Martin, I was just going to say Werner Bornkessel as an example of a university rector is rector under position held. P39 is Q212071.
Great. Thanks so much, Doug. So human beings have had the position prime minister, have had the position rector, and give us their birthplace. So this will give us a smaller. No, Wikidata doesn't think that any prime minister of the United Kingdom has had the position of rector, the academic official. So maybe they were rectors, but it's modeled a different way.
I'm going to presume that there was at least one, which spurred the question.
Yeah, that must be quite common.
Things like rectors tend to be modeled as individual positions. So you have to type, is it WTDTP39/ like you use the subset of something thing to say you want to find everybody who has been in a position, which is a subset of all the things that are rectors or school principals. I think you have to query it that way.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Derek.
Can I be a pain, Martin, and just say a Google search for UK Prime Minister Rector comes up with Gordon Brown faster?
Okay. So let's see how it's modelled for Gordon Brown.
Yeah.
Texture, sun.
This was Gordon Brown a rector? Guess he must be. Rector of what?
Change the last two letters.
Was it Edinburgh, I believe?
Yeah, Rector of University of Edinburgh in 1972.
1972?
What's that under? What
Must be older
property is
than
it
I
under?
thought.
In the also known as column for rector on Wikidata, it comes up as university chancellor, but in this country, I think it's quite often the vice chancellor, and the chancellor of the university is like a ceremonial position. So maybe that's why it's not flagging it.
That's a good point. These things have different names in different universities, and probably different names in Scotland from England and so on. And here we're talking about kind of the figurehead, rather than the person who kind of runs the university. We're talking about the person appointed as the figurehead leader. So yeah, we're talking about university chancellors as opposed to vice chancellors, who kind of the executive chief. Horrible word to use in education.
It appears
so
that at University of Edinburgh, the chancellor is like the head of the Students' Union.
I was going to say, because he was 21. I mean, you know, that's quite. So that makes sense.
Yeah, that's your problem with your Google searches, Rod. They're too inexact.
But got there a lot quicker.
Yeah, but they get the wrong results.
Yeah.
That's not a wrong result. The question was, who's been a rector? And the answer is Gordon Brown.
Rector of the university.
Yeah, rector is a ceremonial role that's voted on by students, staff, everyone in the university, I think. So anyone can be a rector. They're frequently quite young. They're often political or have social causes. They're absolutely not the person who runs the university.
Okay, I've misunderstood. Thanks.
The person who runs the university is a pro-vice chancellor. They're very, very different roles.
And then the chancellor again is a ceremonial one that goes to the monarch, or not a member of the royal family, I think. So the chancellor of the University of Edinburgh, I think, is no one.
I don't even know who the chancellor is of the university. I work there.
I think it's the Princess Royal.
Probably.
Princess Anne.
Pro-vice chancellor is the person who runs it.
Yeah. Well, this is so fascinating, but I'm really sorry. We are going to have to bring it. That wasn't me.
I have failed. You've watched a man fail at something he tries to do. That's what we've done. I've learned a thing. I've learned like what a rector is, and it's not the same as a chancellor. So that's an education experience for me. Thank you.
And this is my fault because I set Martin up to fail.
You set him up to fail, Stuart, didn't you? Yeah.
Publicly. So I'm sorry about that.
I take some responsibility as well. So.
An ignominious retreat. Well, we have a 5-minute break later, so you know if it's revenge on Wikidata potentially. But anyway, I'm just conscious that we are running a little bit over time, but I'm really sorry to have to bring that to a close. However, we do have the crucial business of the AGM to attend to, and on that note, I'm going to hand over to Nick.
Thank you very much, Lucy, and I enjoyed that kind of trip down memory lane enormously. Gordon Brown, author of some really, really unreadable economics pamphlets as well from around the same period, which I can highly recommend. Available from literally no good bookshops. So welcome to the AGM for 2021. Really great to see that everybody's still with us, and looking forward to some important discussions. So I think hopefully everybody will have had a chance to have a quick look at the agenda. We have some procedural items that we need to cover off. And then we have an opportunity for candidates for election to the Board of Trustees to respond to questions. I note that we're going to be opening online voting fairly shortly. So I think if I'm right, Katie, everybody should watch out for an email message confirming that online voting, 2 emails, presumably one with a link and the other with a password, but we'll wait and see. That will open at around 2:30, I believe. And then online voting will continue through to the end of the meeting. So hopefully everybody will have a good chance to hear from our candidates. So can I check before we get underway with the formal business that we are quorate for today's meeting? I believe we are.
Yeah, yes. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you very much. So the first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the 2020 AGM, which have been up on Wiki for some time. Now, I just want to check in with Katie. Are we doing a show of hands vote on these as well, or are we waiting? No, so we'll wait for the online voting.
So the 2 emails is actually one's for the board elections and one's for the resolutions, because they're 2 different voting. One is a single non-transferable vote system, and the other is for the resolutions is approve or disapprove. I think you actually click choose in choice voting, but yeah, I
think it's support or oppose. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. So we're not going to ask you to vote to approve the minutes now, but do watch out for those emails and the resolutions. But just to make sure we've covered off the item, does anybody have any corrections or points of order or any questions to raise about the minutes of the 2020 AGM? Either raise a hand or raise a hand in the interface. No. Okay. I'm going to take silence as assent to move on to our next item. So the next item on our agenda is a brief board report from myself. As also I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be doing the Treasurer's report unless Marnie has joined us. We don't have Marnie with us, do we? No. Okay, marvellous. So I'll cover off the Treasurer's report, but I'll pause after the board report in case there are any questions anybody wants to raise. So very pleased to share with you the report on behalf of the Board of Trustees for the previous year. We're very fortunate, I think, to have a very strong and multifaceted board in place, which represents a broad range of skills, which include charity governance, education, cultural heritage, people in leadership roles, people across the wider Wiki community. And our 3 main jobs as a board are essentially to act as champions and advocates on behalf of the charity, to support the staff team, Lucy and her excellent team, in developing and delivering strategy, and then finally to provide appropriate governance and scrutiny of the affairs of the charity. So we've been very pleased to operate on a voluntary basis as your Board of Trustees during the past year. The main focus, as you can imagine, has been on supporting Lucy and her team during a very complex, very challenging time, and I'm absolutely delighted to say that they've more than risen to that challenge. I think, as you'll hear later in Lucy's report, the charity's been able to deliver a very strong programme of work both for and with the community, despite, or perhaps in some senses facilitated by, the shift to remote working arising from the pandemic. So you'll hear more about that work later on in the TO report. We continue to focus on the existing strategic plan, which sets out 4 main strategic aims for the charity. One is to increase engagement with and representation of marginalised people and subjects. The second is to work with partners to develop digital data and information literacy through Wikimedia, creating changes in policy and practice that enable open knowledge to flourish, and then finally to develop our capacity and profile as a leading organisation for open knowledge. We meet a number of times, between 4 to 6 times depending on the year, with an agenda that includes both the strategic development of the charity, management reporting and scrutiny. We're very fortunate, I think, as a charity to have 2 delegated committees. There's a governance committee, which I chair, and there's an audit and risk committee, ARC, which has been very ably chaired by our fellow trustee, Jane Carlin. We've taken regular reports throughout the year on the delivery of programmes, including the funding agreement with the Wikimedia Foundation. I wanted particularly to say how pleased I am that we've been able to grow capacity around fundraising and development, the appointment of Natasha brilliantly as Head of Development and Communications, and of George Colburn as Fundraising Development Coordinator, which will significantly enhance our future financial resilience as well as our visibility and our impact. The board has discussed a number of matters throughout the year, including the Universal Code of Conduct, as well as other proposals from the Foundation. And I'm absolutely delighted Lucy has maintained a really strong and close working relationship with the Foundation despite some significant changes in personnel. We've been able to maintain good connections with Wikimedia chapters around the world, and I think we've really been able to bring insight and experience and learn from those conversations, particularly focused around knowledge equity. So overall, as I think you'll hear in the Treasurer's report shortly, the charity's in good order, it's well governed, we're in a healthy financial position, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to all of my fellow trustees, particularly to Doug, whose term of office also comes to an end at this meeting, who has been a real source of insight and knowledge and experience and a real motivating force for much of our work. So that concludes my report on behalf of the board. Very happy to take any questions that anybody wants to put forward. So I'll pause there. Have we had any questions via chat? No. I'll offer my fellow trustees an opportunity to comment or to correct anything that I might have misrepresented in that report. No. Okay, in which case I will move on to the next item, which should be our brilliant Treasurer Marnie, but unfortunately she is unable to attend today, so she has written my script for me, which is excellent. And I believe, Lucy, there is one item we wanted to correct on that, which relates to the release of the Foundation grant. Is that correct?
Well, I just thought you would adjust it when you spoke to the script, which is just, she mentions an increase in our grant, and I was just making the point that that increase came to fruition this year, not the year that the report pertains to.
Right, yeah, it's always
minor point.
The business at hand is really a year that's sort of long in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
Very much for that. So on the finance side, this is on behalf of Marnie. We're pleased to report positive results for the financial year, which ended on the 31st of January 2021. Of course, as Marnie notes, 2020-21 was an unprecedented year for absolutely everyone. The emerging pandemic and the first lockdown took place right at the beginning of our financial year. And we received assurance from our major funder, the Wikimedia Foundation, of their support very early on in that process. But we were uncertain at the time as to the likely impact on income from individual donors. As a result of that, we took precautions to trim our spending through the year where practical, while still supporting our major strands of work. So moving forward, but on a cautious basis. In the event, we were well supported by our regular donors and others, and we are fortunate to have ended the year, therefore, in a strong financial position. Our unrestricted income for the year just ended was £746,000, which was higher than in the previous year. And we'd like to thank absolutely all of our members and all of those donors for their continued support during what's been a very challenging year. Particular thanks to the Wikimedia Foundation, who increased our annual plan grant, but as Lucy commented in 2021, has awarded an additional restricted grant of 120,000 to help us build our fundraising capacity over the next 3 years, which means that our total income came to 867,000. Can I just correct that? Can I check that's the correct figure, Lucy, before I move on? Yeah, excellent. I'd also like to acknowledge the importance of gifts in kind, which we include in our accounts as a way of recognising the activities of the Wikimedian in Residence programme. In this past year, the programme included Wikimedians based in 10 major institutions across England and Scotland and Wales. On expenditure, our spending on charitable projects was £615,000, which means our total expenditure was £694,000. Expenditure was down across all activities as travel and in-person events were cancelled and replaced where possible by online alternatives. As a result of all of that, we were able to post a surplus of £52,000 on the year, and our total unrestricted reserves grew to 290,000, with a further 121,000 in restricted funds for specific future use. I think, as Marnie says here, that this past very turbulent year has highlighted the importance of reserves to the whole of the charity sector as a buffer in uncertain times. So partly in response to that, during 2020, we agreed a new reserves policy based on an assessment of the financial risk to the organisation, and our current reserve level meets the target that we have set for the year. So that brings me on to the new financial year, 2021 to 22. At this point in time, staff are still working from home. We're still delivering programs online. We've earlier pointed out the positives of remote work, which include less travel and remote engagement. For example, people being able to engage with this online AGM. However, we do hope before too long, where it's safe to do so, to return to in-person activity, perhaps on a mixed model of remote and online working. And we have therefore budgeted to break even with that return to hybrid working in mind. We've also decided to create an extra £20,000 reserve for programme delivery costs, and that's to keep the momentum going on projects and programmes as we emerge from lockdown. Particularly pleased to note that we've been awarded funding from the National Heritage Lottery Fund, National Lottery Heritage Fund, as part of the Digital Skills for Heritage initiative. And under that fund, we will receive a further £119,000 over 2 years to raise digital skills and confidence across the UK heritage sector by applying open knowledge tools. In conclusion, therefore, you'll find all of the detail in the excellent 2020 to 21 strategic report, as well as the annual report and accounts, and all of those are online and available at https://wikimedia.org.uk/wiki/reports. That therefore concludes my mangling of the Treasurer's report. So if anybody would like to raise any questions, points of correction, please do so. Derek, is that a round of applause for an excellent Treasurer's report, or were you signaling you wanted to ask a question?
Those were 2 great presentations. Thank you. Thanks, Nick, for stepping and presenting all of it.
Not at all. Thank you very much. They, I did literally none of the work, Derek. They make it look easy, I tell you. Colleagues, any further comment we wanted to make? I mean, I'd just add to Marnie's report. It's been a horrific year for absolutely everybody, and the team have completely kept focused. And it is an absolute testament that we're emerging from it in pretty good financial health. So congratulations to all. Okay, then, if there's no further questions on that, then I think we're sort of running about 10 minutes ahead of time, but that's not a bad thing. So in which case I'll hand over to Lucy for your report, if I may.
You may. Thanks, Nick. I think I might take slightly longer than 5 minutes, and I can do that now. And really would encourage people to feel free to ask me questions afterwards, or indeed to make comments or ideas or contributions. It doesn't have to be a question related directly and specifically to the report. So Wikimedia UK has this slightly odd financial year. It starts on the 1st of February. So our 2020 to 21 financial year began really positively, with lots of plans shaping up for events in March focused on the gender gap, March being International Women's History Month, Women's International Day, Art and Feminism, and also Wikimedia UK's second education summit, which actually did take place at Coventry University's Disruptive Media Lab at the end of February, and was really well attended and received. And I know actually for quite a few of us, it was our last in-person Wikimedia related event, which was a very long time ago now. But even at that point, we were starting to look at our risk register and making contingency plans in case a number of staff went off sick at the same time. What's our business continuity if 2 people in our finance team were off sick. But in the end, from my perspective at least, that move from mitigation to full lockdown happened really quickly. and as Nick has reflected as well, it was a profoundly strange experience as we all adjusted to what lockdown meant for us personally, professionally, and as a wider society. So it's been said a few times, but I'm really proud of the staff team at Wikimedia UK for the way in which they were able to adapt to such an unprecedented situation, developing new projects and programs, helping open up knowledge, supporting our partners, continuing to deliver, but doing so in a way that was genuinely compassionate. And I'm also really proud and grateful for the way in which the global community of contributors, including many editors in the UK, some of whom are on this call, worked incredibly hard to ensure that up-to-date, accurate information about the virus and the pandemic and the accompanying impact of that was freely available for everyone who could get online. And I think for many of us who worked in the Wikimedia movement, it really reinforced how important it is that everybody can access that unbiased, accurate information, particularly with the wave of disinformation that we've seen around the vaccines. In terms of Wikimedia UK's programme, 2020 was the second year of our current three-year plan. And whilst the mode of our delivery changed very significantly, we were still focused on our 4 strategic aims and accompanying programme strands, which Nick has just outlined in his report. And in the 5 minutes or possibly 7 minutes that I've got, and then I'm going to be talking to you, it would be hard to really do justice to the range of work that the team and the wider community of contributors and volunteers delivered during the year. And I'm not going to attempt to do that, but I would encourage you to take a look at our strategic report, which is published online this week, which gives much more detail and insight into that. I'm going to share a couple of highlights. The publication of our long-awaited and very exciting Wikimedia and Education booklet, which was in partnership with the University of Edinburgh, published in April, and we were going to do a fancy launch at the OER conference in April, which didn't happen, unfortunately. But nonetheless, that's a fantastic resource that's available with lots of case studies for different types of education, Wikimedia-related education work. And we benefited greatly from the University of Edinburgh, not just in terms of Ewan's experience and expertise, but also their resources in terms of in-house design and printing and so on. The Celtic Knot Conference, which happened in July 2020, was actually one of the first conferences across the international Wikimedia movement to actually pivot, do the pivot online, and actually worked really, really well. A huge amount of thought from Daria and Richard and Rebecca in Wikimedia Ireland, and Leah, who works on that program for Wikimedia Deutschland, to make that a really inclusive event, and that in the end reached probably more people than it might have done if it had taken place I think it was going to be in Limerick, I seem to recall. On the theme of education still, the education work, which was of course disrupted, but the continuing commitment to developing secondary level education work in Wales, which is led by our partners Mentor, and which we're trying to learn from and thinking how we can resource more of that work across the rest of the UK. We launched a new Wikimedia in Residence programme at the Science Museum, and alongside that, Stuart, one of our programme team, is on a secondment to Science Museum 1 day a week. So there's some really interesting and exciting work going on there. And I wanted to mention the online Train the Trainer programme, because Train the Trainer is something that Wikimedia UK is quite well known for in the international movement, because of a really high standard of training. And that training itself moved online, and the focus of it shifted to online delivery, and I think really helped to develop the skills and confidence of our trainers in delivering effective training in a sort of remote format, which ironically, given we do work on online projects, our programme has always been very much based on in-person delivery. But reflecting on the past year, I think one of the most, actually the most surprising and really impressive things for me was the fact that our quantitative results actually increased in almost every area compared to the previous year. So for example, moving our events online enabled us to reach more participants, with nearly 9,000 participants in our programs. And volunteers contributed an estimated 31,695 hours, quite precise for an estimate, which is incredible. And though we don't have great demographic data on those volunteers, but we do have a bit more information about our lead volunteers, of whom 52% were women. And that means that 2020 actually marked the 5th year in a row when half of our community leaders have been women. And whilst there's a lot more to do in terms of representation, coming back to the conversation we started having during the talk with George Oates, I still think that's a really significant achievement given the context that we're working in. And still on the subject of metrics, we introduced some new measures at the start of this strategic planning period, one of which is about the reach of the content that Wikimedia UK's programmes helps to release. And I was thinking about this, and again thinking, I mean, George's talk with Nick really sparked so many things for me, but one of the things was about scale, and this is one of those big number things, which we never used to measure, and we introduced, acknowledging the fact that actually for a lot of people, and particularly funders and decision makers, big numbers are still really quite crucial. So we now measure the reach of the content that we've enabled the release of through our programmes. And in the first year of doing that, it was 1.2 billion views of that content, and this year, the year that I'm talking about, 2020, it was 1.4 billion views, you know, of images, articles that have been created, improved, released, and so on through our specific interventions. Perhaps at a more human scale, again coming back to that computational versus conversation scale, we also started measuring last year the number of our events that were focused on underrepresented content or communities, because obviously that's a big part of our strategy. And in the first year we started measuring that, it was 38%, and this year, 2020-21, 50% of our events were focused on underrepresented subjects or people, or both. We were quite concerned, I would say, about the impact of the pandemic on our public policy and advocacy activities. The nature of that work tends to be about in-person events, conferences, networking, presentations. But actually we had a really successful year in terms of that work, both in terms of our presence and visibility with appearances on conferences, you know, presentations, panels, and so on, but also in actually securing policy change. So for example, the licensing on certain Scottish Government content and Welsh Government, and also the change with the National Lottery Heritage Fund's open policy for grantees. So people who receive grants from the Lottery Fund now have to open their digital outputs on an open license, which is very new and a big change. So there's all of this amazing stuff that's been happening, and I really want to celebrate that. But of course, the world is still grappling with COVID-19 and the impact that it's having. This is the second year in a row that we've had the AGM online. And obviously by now, remote working has become the norm for many of us and for certain sectors of society, at least. But for Wikimedia UK, as a charity that works with and supports online projects, but which has generally in the past delivered most of the programme in person, the next 6 months are going to see another transition as we move to a hybrid programme, which I really hope will capitalise on positive aspects of remote delivery that we've seen, but also enable us to benefit from the sense of connection and community and celebration that in-person events can bring. Talking of celebration, it would be remiss of me not to mention Wikipedia's 20th birthday, which we marked with an online event in January, which was attended by over 160 people. And we are going to continue to celebrate the anniversary this year with more events planned. And looking forward, Nick mentioned this earlier, but we're moving into a strategic planning period now for 2022 to 2025. So I'll be organising a couple of community discussions, which almost certainly will be online, but it's something we'll think about and get some feedback on. So probably early September, I'm going to organise a discussion for contributors, volunteers, you know, people who want to shape the next stage of Wikimedia UK. And then during the autumn, we have a board away day and a staff away day. And then I'll probably organise another community session later in the year when we're starting to refine those plans. So please do participate in those. Obviously make sure that they're shared in many places so people know that they're happening. I think I have taken up more of the time than I was supposed to, but I just wanted to end with a really big thank you to the staff team, to the trustees, to all our amazing volunteers, also to our partners, many of whom have just done amazing things over the past year in really difficult circumstances for the cultural and education sectors, and also thanks to our members and our donors. please do ask me questions. It can be micro, or it can be big picture. I'm really open to either, or anything in between.
Thanks so much for that presentation, Lisa. It's amazing to hear how charities moving forward. I was just wondering how you plan, what the strategies we have in place in terms of concrete projects are over the next sort of 2-3 years to keep that gender balance at a really good place, and also to encourage more diversity in terms of volunteering and events.
Yes, thank you. I mean, so taking the gender question, I think whilst I'm sure we will continue to support specific gender gap related projects and encourage Wikimedians and residents to look at that as an issue and to think about how they can encourage women editors, encourage people to look at subjects that might be particularly relevant and related to women. I feel like there is a bit of momentum that's been built up with that now. And the fact that half our community leaders are women will, not to be complacent about it, but I think there'll be a certain momentum that will carry forward. But I think that we have a different challenge, or a bigger challenge perhaps, in moving beyond gender to think about other forms of diversity in a more meaningful way. And this is work that it's very sort of live for us at the moment. We're looking at our equity, diversity and inclusion framework and action plan for the organisation, and thinking about how that sort of intersects with the wider Wikimedia conversations around knowledge equity. So I'm not sure I have completely the answer to the question, Julian, but it is something that we're going to be thinking about as part of our planning for the next 3 years, and thinking about how we diversify the community in a way that is meaningful and not tokenistic, and also enables people to stay within the movement. I mean, one of the things we've talked about is the fact that you know, we might run an editing event. Just to pluck an example out of the air, focused on Turkey and the human rights situation in Turkey, where, you know, as part of that group, part of that cohort of people, obviously there are Turkish speakers, and what we need to ensure is that when we have brought somebody in through our programs who, you know, maybe has not felt included before, that we're doing the best that we can to ensure that their experience of Wikimedia is as positive as it can possibly be. And there's an extent to which Wikimedia UK's own role in that can sometimes be challenged or undermined by sometimes, you know, behaviour on Wiki. That's not to say that always happens at all, but we know that there can be issues in terms of welcoming and supporting and retaining editors. So it's a really good question and not a straightforward answer, but yeah, I would like people to be involved in that conversation to help us shape that going forward. Derek has a question, I think. Sorry, thanks, Jim.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, and I'm very impressed by the fact that Wikimedia UK maintained our gender balance over multiple years. My question to the staff and board is, what is the plan regarding the reopening of in-person events?
Yeah, so I mean, Dario, feel free to chip in here if I don't quite represent where we are on this. Our office is currently open insofar as people can go in and you know, use it. I'm talking about staff if they want to. We are going to be opening more substantively in September. It's not going to be a case of everybody at their desks 9 to 5, but certainly we are hoping to have more in-person staff meetings. I know that's not exactly what you're talking about, but just to say, I feel like that's the beginning for us of starting to open up in terms of those actual events. And in some cases, it'll be led by partners, depending on people's, you know, partners' level of comfort, to what extent they're open, what they're doing. Also, because we've had such great results in terms of running online events. We don't want to lose that. So we definitely will be looking at a mixed model with some in-person training events, some hybrid where in-person and online is happening at the same time, and some that are purely online. We are really hoping that there will be a number of Wikimedia picnics happening this summer that will be actual events. I'm not sure an online picnic quite works. So over the summer, and particularly to coincide with Wikimania, which in itself is an online event, but we're hoping to support physical meetups, which will be via their nature outside, being picnics. But to be honest, we're working through this at the moment, Derek. We're just we're following government advice, but at the same time, we're taking decisions that are right for our staff team and our volunteers. I feel that the well-being of the charity, does sort of subsist in me to a degree, and I don't want to put policies in place that make people feel vulnerable. So just to be really open about it, we're talking about this a lot and working through what we can do, but really recognizing the fact that we're all missing seeing people in person, and that actually that's a really important part of the Wikimedia community. So yeah, I guess iteratively building an approach. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm hoping to organize a local Wikimedia meetup at Wikimania, so it would be great to talk to you or another member of staff afterwards about the arrangements.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm just sort of scrolling through to see if anyone has raised their hands. I think we might be done. In which case I'll pass back to Nick, I think. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very, very much. And just to add further note of congratulations to the whole team, because people have worked really hard and diligently to make all of that happen. So we're now moving into what is effectively the sort of hustings and preparations for the election to the Board of Trustees. And I think we're going to take a moment, if Katie's okay, for Katie to sort of explain to us the process for the elections and voting on resolutions. Are you okay to do that, Katie?
I am indeed, yes. So we're unlike in previous years when you've had voting packs sent by mail, we introduced a resolution last year that allows us to have live online voting today, and we did away with voting packs for economic, time, environmental reasons, sending out big paper packs to all 400 to 500 of our members every year. So this last year, we, as per the resolution that changed, we were unable to have live voting on the day, so we had proxy voting. So all voting actually happened before the day, and Davina represented the appointed member who was casting all of those votes by being in person in the office. This year is the first year of our trial of proper online voting with proxy votes already happening, which I will be casting once as the teller once the voting goes live. And it also means that I know there was some concern about, I haven't received links to choice voting yet, but once it's launched, I can't edit any of the voters. So it's really kind of waiting until the time of the start of the AGM to launch the actual meeting, to launch the actual voting. You will receive 2 emails. One is going to be for the Board of Trustees, which is a competitive election this year. We have 6 candidates for 3 spaces. We run this by single non-transferable voting system, which means we ask you to order your preference of candidates for the roles. You don't have to choose all 6. You could choose 1, 2, but it will then it's much more complicated than approve or oppose. The system will then work out, rather than like who's first past the vote, it's a whole different system. So yeah, and then in the second email you'll have resolutions. That is simple, that is approve or oppose. I think the way choice voting says, it just says choose, rather than, you can't reword that to say support. But if you do oppose something, simply don't choose that resolution. Yeah, so unless there are any questions, I am going to launch the voting, and that will go to the email that you signed up with via Eventbrite, which might not necessarily be the same as your email that you signed up for Wikimedia UK membership with. So I just want you to be aware of that. Are there any questions?
Okay. I've got a question. I think I had voted online because I wasn't sure whether I could stay beyond 2 p.m. today. So should I simply ignore the email that comes out later to make sure I don't get double counted?
Yes, I'll actually check in this list of voters whether I think I removed people who had doubled up, but I mean, I may well have missed.
Amazing, yeah. Thank you, Katie. Yeah, sorry for double participating.
No, Derek, I think a few of us have done that, but my understanding is that the software wouldn't, because you have a unique voter ID, the software wouldn't allow you to vote again. Don't test it, but that's my understanding. I voted by proxy as well, just so that I didn't have to think about that right now. But yeah, I think a few people did that.
Thank you.
But obviously, yeah, to be on the safe side, if you do receive an email for any reason from choice voting and you have voted by proxy, please don't vote again. I've made efforts that shouldn't happen, but yeah, there's always room for error. So yeah, any more questions? Nope. Okay. If that is everything, then I think I'm going to go ahead and launch this voting. So if you give it a couple of minutes, you should.
Can I just add something here? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Katie's launching the voting system now. However, we're going to go into a Q&A with the candidates right now, which Nick is going to chair. So although the mechanism is there to vote now, there is a break scheduled for after that Q&A session, so that you've been able to hear the responses from candidates before you cast your vote. So there's no pressure to vote right now. I'd encourage you to listen to the questions from candidates, and then there'll be a break of at least 5 minutes to allow people to get online and get the email, follow the links, and vote for the candidates and for the resolutions. Yes, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you so much to all of our candidates. We are really lucky to have 6 pretty amazing people standing for the role of trustee of the Board of Trustees this year. Channeling my inner Cheryl Cole, you are all winners to me. But unfortunately, there are only 3 vacancies on the board, so you can't be actual winners. I remember doing this absolutely terrifying hustings process. It was on the ground floor of Newspeak House at the AGM there, where Nancy Bell and I were both elected, and facing a wall of potential questions. And I just wanted to reassure you, it's really not that scary. It's just a very nice opportunity to meet the community and talk a little bit about the role of trustees. So I'm just going to do a very quick roll call just to check who we've got online with us. So can I check? We've got in alphabetical order, Caroline Ball. Are you with us?
I am indeed.
Fantastic, lovely to you. Thank you. Richard Jenkins, are you with us? Not hearing Richard. Okay, I'll move on, but I'll check back on that. Julian, I can see you're here. Welcome, Julian. Lovely to have you with us. Fantastic. Femke, are you with us?
I am.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Clem, have we got Clem today?
I don't think Richard had signed up, but I haven't seen him here. Clem, I'm not sure is able to attend.
Okay, no problem. And I can see our colleague Rod. Hello, Rod. Great to have you with us. Thank you very much. So we're going to make this as sort of fair and democratic as possible, if that's okay. So what I'm going to ask is, if people have questions that they would like to put to the prospective candidates, please could you put them in the chat? And then I'm going to ask all candidates to answer all questions. So just to be completely fair about it. While people are thinking of questions then that you'd like to put to the candidates, I was just wondered if I might come to each of you in turn and just ask you to say a little bit about who you are and your interest in joining the board. So Caroline, would it be okay to start with you, please?
Yeah, so hello everyone, my name is Caroline Ball. I am an academic librarian at the University of Derby. In my previous professional incarnation, I was also a copyright and licensing advisor. So I kind of bring that element to the table. I'm very, very keen, particularly on how Wikipedia is used in education, which is something I've really been driving in my role as an academic librarian, kind of bringing Wikipedia and the editing of Wikipedia very much into the classroom, you know, most particularly as a tool to really enhance students' kind of digital literacy. And it's also an absolutely amazing tool to kind of teach students about things like knowledge equity, you know, kind of gender imbalances in information sources. So that's very much something I'm interested in. I'm also one of the founders of a campaign called eBook SOS, which is very much about sort of championing fair access to resources and kind of taking back maybe a little bit of the power from the publishers. So that's very much something I'm interested in. And I was also very fortunate enough to be awarded Wikimedian of the Year last year as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Caroline. And yes, more power to you with eBook SOS, but I couldn't possibly comment. Julian, could I come to you with the same question, just to introduce yourself, please?
Hi everyone, it's great to meet you all. My name is Julian Madison, obviously, and I graduated from university last year. I did a law degree, and at the moment I'm working as an investor, so sort of looking at emerging companies, bonds, that kind of thing, and picking ones that will hopefully, you know, deliver value to shareholders, but also, you know, increasingly be part of the green transition. My interest in Wikimedia, and becoming a trustee really comes from like the earlier stages of my life and almost through to now. I certainly wasn't Wikimedian of the year last year, and I haven't been able to do as much editing as like loads of the other amazing candidates that are going up. But the really, really exciting thing for me is that Wikipedia has been the tool that I've used for my whole life to learn things. I love the way it's structured, and I love the way that it is a completely collaborative interface and a completely collaborative place for information to be disseminated. I love the talk pages, looking at the debates that kind of go into every single tiny, minute detail. And in terms of my commercial experience, I really hope I'd be able to sort of bring that in terms of project management and having ideas about how, yes, absolutely, we can use Wikimedia in the educational context, but in less of a, you know, using it less as a resource and perhaps more as a platform for the education of young people up and down the country. So that's kind of my motivation. And yeah, just really excited to get to meet everyone.
Fantastic, thank you. And it's a brave man that will, after the sentence, I love the talk pages. That's a brilliant thing to say. Femke, can I possibly come to you, please?
Yeah, of course. So my name is Femke Nijs, and I'm really impressed that you pronounced my name correctly. Doesn't happen that often. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Exeter, doing research about the energy transition. I was a climate scientist before that. And my interest for Wikimedia comes from having been a Wikipedia editor for 8 years, mostly focusing on fighting misinformation around climate and energy. From a professional background, I'm very keen to bring in more people like me into the editing process, because I think it's very worthwhile that scientists collaborate with lay people to be able to have the best type of science communication and fight misinformation together. On the board, I would very much like to help stimulate that kind of collaborations between the editing community and universities.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And if I could come to Rod, please.
Thanks, Nick. Hello, everybody. My background, I was a nurse in the NHS for many years, being a charge nurse in A&E before moving into higher education. I retired from my university post last year, and not just during the last year or so, but for the last 17 years, I've been editing Wikipedia with over 400,000 edits, including getting some articles to GA and FA status. So long involvement with Wikipedia in particular and some of the other projects. 2 years ago, I was elected to be a trustee. During that time, I've learned a lot about how the charity works, about the roles of staff as well as the trustees, a little bit about charity law, etc. What I've tried to do during that period is actually put to the board and staff something about the wider community's involvement in various projects and trying to flag up some of the issues that people that aren't day-to-day involved in the particular charity but are involved in the Wikimedia movement might feel about some of the issues being discussed.
Fantastic, brilliant. Thank you so much. So I'm just scanning down the chat, but I'm not seeing any questions coming through just yet. So can I come to participants in the AGM? Does anybody want to raise a question, make a comment, or ask anything of our candidates?
I'm going to ask a question. I'm thinking about how to frame this really, and trying to make it a question and not a comment. I think what I'm curious to know is, okay, what do you think will be the biggest thing that you might contribute to the board, and what is the biggest thing you feel that you might learn or need to learn in joining a board of a charitable organisation?
Thank you. So I'm going to come
sorry, I'll turn my video on. I don't mean to be unfriendly.
With that brilliant question in the same order, if I could. So Caroline, could I come to you, please?
Yeah, I mean, in full disclosure, I've never been a trustee on a board of a charity before. So knowing what I can bring to it is quite difficult without knowing a lot about what the role really involves in that respect. Enthusiasm is definitely something that I bring to it. I think, you know, my knowledge of copyright, I think, is definitely a strength. I think my kind of involvement, particularly with education, I think is a real strength, because, you know, I see so many students that are very reliant on Wikipedia without really much of an understanding behind the scenes of how it works. And so I'm really kind of hoping to bring my experience of working with those students to Wikipedia. But also, I think myself having a better understanding of how things work behind the scenes, I think, is something that will really be a strength when I'm going back into you know, education and working with staff and students on getting them more involved with Wikipedia particularly, but, you know, Wikimedia in general, I think.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And so same question, if I may, to Julian.
So I think the thing that I would bring to the board of trustees is probably technical expertise or technical skill set. So I've already mentioned the fact that I did a law degree, so I've got a fairly good grip on charities law. Though I do, because of the SRA requirements, I do have to say I'm not a qualified solicitor or barrister. I've worked as a management consultant, so I've seen public sector projects. So we did a really awesome public sector project for the British Council, and go from inception to completion. So I know how that process works. I know how to implement it. I've worked in PR as well, so I understand the external communications piece that's so important to what Wikimedia UK does, because I think the second anyone interacts with the charity, it's a case of, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing in the world in terms of advocacy, but people just don't have that awareness. So, you know, the different strategies, whether it's social media, whether it's stakeholder relations, that kind of thing, are things that I know how to do. And the people element of it's really important as well. I haven't been a charity trustee either, but I've run a number of different societies, both at university and, you know, when I was younger at school. And I've captained a number of sports teams in my time as well. I was the first team captain at school and that kind of thing. And so I understand that, I think, sort of social person interaction piece. The thing I'm really excited to learn more about is the different ways that the charity can, go forward and do different things and be different things to different people. And whether that's, interacting with people at a really young age and getting them into data analysis through the Wikidata project, or whether that's university students, you might not be able to get into a subject because you haven't been taught that well on it, and knowing that Wikipedia is a resource that you can come to and learn in that way. That's what I'm hoping to get out of it. So just to summarize, technical expertise is the thing I think I bring, and the thing I'm really excited to learn is how we can do what we do better.
Great stuff. Thank you very, very much, Julian. Femke, could I come to you with the same question, please?
Yes. So the biggest thing I would contribute, and I already mentioned it before, is to be this bridge between the editing community and hopefully the academic community. I think it's very important that on the board we have enough people that are really rooted in the volunteer community, because that's what's driving Wikimedia. And being able to sell sort of being a volunteer to a very big academic community. I have experience with doing an editathon and involving colleagues in the process. The biggest thing I need to learn is charity law, as in I have been a trustee on in a Dutch charity before, but I know the legal systems are quite different here and back in the Netherlands, so that would be something that's completely new to me.
Just speaking from experience, if you can get your head around the stichting in the Netherlands, then you can understand the UK charity. That's an amazing legal framework. If I could just then come to Rod with the same question, please.
Okay, thanks. I've learned a lot over the last couple of years, but what I think I still bring, as Femke has mentioned, is sort of a liaison between the charity as an organisation and the wider community in which it's situated. My thought has always been that the legitimacy of the charity comes from the thousands of hours of volunteer work that's been put into creating the resources. So if we want to send Lucy to go and sit at some high table, she's really only there on the backs of all that work that's been done by anybody else. Although I'm sure she'd be good when she gets there. I've learned a lot. I completely agree. I've learned a lot. I'm still not an expert on charity law. And I found the initial letter from the Charity Commission quite scary about what the responsibilities were and the like when you took on the role as the trustee. And what I'm still trying to get my head around is exactly how the spreadsheets work for all the different budget lines, which has never been my speciality. And I've had to go to our treasurer and get her to explain to me several times over what each line on a spreadsheet means. So if I can learn that in the next 3 years, that'd be really good.
Fantastic. Thank you all very much. And actually, following on from a couple of those responses, we've got a really good question in the chat from Doug. I might just change up the order a little bit so it's a bit more fair, because otherwise people have more time to prepare than others. But,
Nick, sorry, Richard has been able to join us, which is fantastic. So I can't see him, but maybe if I scroll to a different screen, and there he is. Looks like he's on the move somewhere. Hi, Rich. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you could be here.
Hello.
Hi. So we've had one question, I think, and there was an introduction. So I wonder if the question that I just asked, Nick, is this okay if we pose this one to Nick, to Richard, and then come back to Doug's question?
Yes, that'll be fine with me, as long as we're not putting Richard too much on the spot. So, Richard, are you okay if I put a question?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, he messaged me.
Yes, I'll answer whatever needs to be answered.
Brilliant. Lovely to see you. So if I could perhaps merge the two questions, would you mind just introducing yourself briefly, please? And then the question from Lucy was, what do you feel you'd most be able to bring to the board, and what do you feel you'd most need to learn in order to be an effective?
Yes, I heard the question. I just joined just just before that was asked. So I am an educational IT professional. In my day job, I am a head of IT systems at an independent school. I have promoted Wikipedia, the wider Wikimedia project, as something to be used in schools in my various roles as an educational IT professional, running co-curricular clubs about editing Wikipedia and using Wikipedia appropriately at a high school level, and also inset training programs for teachers at schools to get them involving, get them incorporating, Wikimedia project into their teaching, rather than just thinking, oh, Wikipedia, that's not reliable because anyone can edit it, which is about as far from the truth as it's possible to get, I think. I am keen to join the board, and feel that, because I feel that I could ensure that the goals of Wikimedia UK align with the goals of the editing community. I'm an active editor on the English Wikipedia. I'm going to use the name Firefly if you want to look me up. I'm something of a technical editor, hence because of my background in IT. I build bots, I run tools, I build templates, all sorts of technical bits and pieces that I'm sure any Wikipedia editor of any tenure will know. And I think that is something that I could bring to the board, is bridging the gap between volunteers in the real world and the technical side of Wikipedia. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who maybe volunteer with WM UK or attend events and are programmers, are technical people, and think, well, I might not be a writer, I might not be I can't contribute to Wikipedia because I can't write good prose, or I can't find sources, but I can write code. And believe me, Wikipedia needs more coders. There are far too few bot operators, tool maintainers, for the immense amount of work that needs to go on to keep Wikipedia running in the background, as it were. And so that's something that I think I could contribute. As for things to learn, while I've been a company director and have served on sort of steering committees before, I haven't served with a charity. So to echo Femke's answer, charity law will be something that I need to brush up on very quickly. I think I'm a quick study, so I don't think that would be particularly arduous for me. However, that will be the thing that I'd need to learn to start with, to make sure that everything I do, I can execute my responsibilities as a company director of a charity to the legal standards required. Don't want to take up too much time, because I know I've jumped in afterwards, so I'll let you carry on.
No, that's brilliant. Thank you so much, Richard. And just to provide some degree of assurance, there is induction training for new trustees, including.
I'm sure it was answering the question asked. So.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Well, so I'm going to move on to Doug's excellent question, if I may, and I'll probably kick off with Femke on this one, and then change the order just slightly. But given that trustees are responsible for the overall strategy of Wikimedia UK, if elected, how would you go about increasing our volunteer base? So Femke, could I perhaps come to you with that question first of all?
So there's two things to do to increase the volunteer base. Basically, trying to hook those people that have found Wikipedia or Wikimedia themselves and make them more active contributors, or make them not leave after a couple of editors, and getting new people in. On the first front, I think that one of the current activities by the Wikimedia Foundation UK that's really good is the grants. So the core contest was, for instance, funded by Wikimedia UK, and that is something really lovely that can be from the community, was started from the community. Most people are not aware that exists. So I think promoting that tool to make sure that the community can do its own volunteer, retaining volunteers is one aspect. A second thing, getting new people. That is, I think, one of the places where we can find many more editors is universities, because it's so good for early career researchers to edit Wikipedia that strengthening those collaborations might give us a new pool of editors.
Fantastic, thank you ever so much. So perhaps Rod, could I come to you with this question as well, please?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I think there's a challenge between the Wikimedia UK as an organisation and the wider community. I think part of increasing the volunteer base is about culture and reception when somebody does perhaps make a first edit or something like that. And have been involved in some discussions about the code of conduct and how that might be implemented to see whether that is going to be successful in creating a different culture, a more welcoming culture for new editors. Recruitment, yes, obviously raising awareness and getting people involved is important, but I think it's also important to think about retention of people that have made one or more edits coming back for the next one or the next 10,000. And everybody started out as somebody who'd made their first edit. How many people actually continue past their first 100 edits is perhaps more of a challenge. I haven't got any great solutions, but I think we need to be part of that process.
Fantastic, thank you, Rod. And Caroline, could I come to you with this question, please?
Yeah, I mean, I think on the one hand, you know, my kind of first instinct, you know, as Rod kind of said there, is it's not so much an issue of getting volunteers. I think part of it is an issue of retaining volunteers. And I think part of that ties back into kind of what we were talking about earlier about this idea of gatekeepers. I think there is a kind of cohort of Wikipedia editors out there who do act as gatekeepers, and that can be very off-putting for new volunteer editors. You know, I think somewhere along the line, the assumed good faith kind of element of Wikipedia editing has got a little lost or a little kind of confused along the way. Certainly in my experience with kind of encouraging students to be editing is, you know, they've been very put off sometimes by some of the kind of reactions they've had from more established editors, you know, articles flagged for deletion. You know, I had a student accused of being paid to work on edits, even though it was quite clear she was a student. So I think, you know, more needs to be done about kind of reinforcing that assumed good faith element, because I think there's too much of a knee-jerk, delete that, it's not notable, challenge this. And I think that is one of the biggest barriers to keeping people editing. I think in terms of encouraging new editors, get them as young as you can. I absolutely love the fact that the Welsh school curriculum has Wikipedia editing as part of the curriculum. I think that's absolutely amazing. And I would really love to see something similar in English school curriculums. You know, and I'm part of a group at the moment that's kind of looking at how we can encourage more information literacy in schools and getting it into the school curriculum. And I very much see Wikipedia editing as part of that. So I think it's that kind of dual balance of getting more young people editing, getting them early, but then doing something about that often quite hostile kind of climate that can put off quite a lot of editors.
Brilliant, thank you. And I can't quite see the chat, but I know you'll have an enthusiastic supporter in Sangeet for that message as well. So brilliant stuff, thank you. If I could perhaps come to Julian with this question next.
Yeah, it's a tough luck of coming last that someone doubtless said something we wanted to. But I completely agree with Caroline that actually getting people young is the best way to go. And in terms of maybe adding and going on to sort of the second issue, I think the way you fix the gatekeeper problem is sandboxing. So as an example, you might run a workshop with, you know, maybe even children as young as year 6. And you might sit with them and go, okay, well, this is a Wikipedia article, and we're going to go through it and look for maybe bias, or we're going to go through it and look for, you know, inaccuracy. You give them sort of a set of, you know, quite simple documents. You go through those, and you know, it's an exercise in close reading and that kind of thing. And it would be quite useful, I know, for a lot of English teachers to have that kind of model. But you do that in a sandbox Wikipedia environment, and the idea is that if the work that's done is useful and is accurate, then it can be applied to the wider project. Because I think the issue with the critique of gatekeeping is perhaps that absolutely it'd be better if people weren't so draconian in getting rid of stuff and accusing people of being paid for articles. The problem is there are those negative actors out there. And because of the international nature of the project, you know, there are those people who will, you know, pay a company to edit their Wikipedia article or indeed to write a new one. And there are those people who will vandalize Wikipedia because, I don't know, they're bored on the weekend and they think it'd be fun to change you know, Boris Johnson's number of children to 20. Well, actually, that might not be an accurate thing, but it's a difficult balance to strike. So I think if you're trying to get to younger people to give them the editing bug, I think you need to do it in an environment that precludes, still keeps the quite stringent protections that articles sometimes have.
Fantastic, thank you. And I think Richard, you didn't get a chance to answer this one, so could I bring that question to you as well, please?
Yeah, of course. I completely agree, of course, with the idea of getting high school and even younger students to edit Wikipedia. I completely agree with the sandbox environment. That's how I tend to push it, to say, right, we start offline to prevent perhaps the first impression that people get of Wikipedia is of being negative, because, you know, the person on the other end sees what is obviously a kid, you know, changing something. Oh, can I really change this? And they revert it, and it's not a great first impression. So I can completely agree with that. But the thing that I'm going to mention again, analogous to what I said before, is showing people that there's more to Wikipedia than just editing articles. It is, of course, our core mission, but there's so much more to it than that. There's taking pictures for Commons, there's working on Wikidata and structured data projects, there's writing code, there's helping with templates, there's helping with CSS, there's all sorts of things that are that support the core mission that people can contribute to. And somebody might be sitting there thinking, oh, well, I can't do this because blah, 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 but they could do something else. And it's ensuring that people know that there's more to it than what first meets the eye, and ensuring that we're recruiting people with those skills as well. Because once you get started on Wikipedia doing one thing, you chances are might step into other areas. That's how I started. I started out as a technical person, building bots and doing templates and things, and then moved into article writing once I felt I had the confidence to do so. And some people feel, oh, I can't contribute because I don't have anything to contribute. Well, give them the chance to see how the community works and see, actually, it's not so bad. Finding sources isn't so bad. There are all these things like the Wikipedia library that help with that. There's the source exchange desk that helps with that. And ensuring that we present as wide a view of the tasks and opportunities to contribute as possible, because as a country sort of chapter, we can only have influence. We can only sort of influence from the sidelines the general Wikipedia community. Obviously, we can make recommendations and ensure that we have outreach and ensure that we comment where necessary, but we can't steer the ship in terms of, you know, not biting newbies and assuming good faith on our own. So let's focus on the things that we can do, which is recruiting as many people with as many different skills as possible, because that's likely, I can't say for sure, to have a better impact than, you know, it's all very well to say, oh, well, you know, people shouldn't do this, but I completely agree, but we can only have a limited impact on that. We can have a big impact elsewhere, I think. Thank you.
Fantastic, and fantastic answers all round. Thank you. I mean, one of the things I've absolutely loved about being involved in this community is that sheer breadth of background and expertise and insight and knowledge, and focusing in on that common commitment. So it's been brilliant to see all those different perspectives. We've still got a little bit of time, but I don't want to sort of prolong artificially. So does anybody have anything else at all you would like to put to the candidates? Any questions you'd like to ask? Please either raise a hand or put a comment in chat. Or I think, barring any other comments, no, I think we will.
Oh, sorry, I have a quick question.
Sorry,
I don't type as quickly as I would like, Nick. I apologise to the candidates, and I'll ask this verbally. So my name's Kelly Foster. I'm one of the trustees, one of the newer ones. With a view to the recent, well, not that recent, but the Wikimedia 2030 strategy, how, and I have two questions. With a view to the Wikimedia 2030 strategy, how do the candidates see Wikimedia UK's role in working to or incorporating the 2030 strategy within the wider work of the UK chapter? And then my second question is, and please answer this question to the extent that you have an opinion. You might not have an opinion. My second question is that there have been recent conversations about there being an English Wikipedia user group. And what are your opinions, observations as to the role of the UK chapter if that were to happen?
Lovely, thank you, Kelly. So we'll treat those as two separate questions if we may. So first of all, how do the candidates see Wikimedia UK's role in working towards the 2030 strategy? So perhaps if I could come to Femke first with this question.
I will give a very honest answer, but I'm not familiar with the 2030 strategy. I tried to Google it fast, but it's not the first Google result. So, and I'm not entirely familiar with the user group. So one of the things that we have a Discord, which is about the English Wikipedia community. And I think a user group is something that is on Media Wiki. And if that is equivalent to the Discord, I think it's a lovely idea, giving another way to form a community, because feeling part of a community and not editing in a lonely manner is something that increases retention.
I just might be helpful for Femke and the other candidates, just to say that a user group within the context of Wikimedia has a more sort of official capacity and a legal framework. They would have a legal agreement with the Wikimedia Foundation. There'd be an affiliated organisation. So it's not quite the same as another gathering. I mean, it would be another gathering space, but it's more there's more structure around it than that.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea about the ramifications here.
No, and I don't in any way want to disrupt this question, because I think they're really important questions. But I wondered whether it was fair to say a word or two about the 2030 strategy, just for context. Kelly, can I come to you and ask, would that be okay, or does that undermine the intent of your question?
No, not at all. And it wasn't a question to catch people out. From my perspective, Wikimedia UK is one national chapter in a group of a constellation even of international chapters and user groups and other types of affiliations. And the question was primarily about identifying ways in which the candidates think that Wikimedia UK can work with other Wikimedia affiliates. So the Wikimedia 2030 strategy, and as Stuart pointed out, it's been rather a Byzantine enterprise over the past 5 years or so, is a kind of, or it seems to me anyway, to be a kind of ever-changing or evolving, I should say, strategy and framework that is being led by the community. So they're led by the volunteer community with the support of the foundation and various other chapters as well. In its current iteration, and if anybody is faster than me, please do drop it in the chat. In its current iteration, there are a number of goals, but primarily the way that I think about it, key sort of driving strategies. I say key because then I only have two things to remember, is knowledge as service and knowledge equity. But there are also approximately 10 recommendations as well in the 2030 strategy. And then the second part of my question, again, these are conversations that are going on in the community. And Femke, Discord is one place where the conversations are happening. On Wiki, in the water pump or village pump areas, is another place where these conversations are happening. On Telegram, on Twitter. So they're kind of a really diffuse conversations happening amongst community members around the possibilities of a English Wikipedia user group. And as Lucy pointed out, this may or may not have impact on the work of Wikimedia UK as a national chapter.
Thank you, Kelly. Brilliant. If I could just then come back to you, Femke, and ask if there's anything you'd like to add to your answer in light of that.
So from what I understand, I think a English Wikipedia user group might benefit the educational, because I feel that in educational support, the different chapters do different things, and the community has very strong opinions about the interaction between students and editors, where there are sometimes ill-designed assignments that lead to quite a bit of disruption, which undermine like such a very great idea of having students editing Wikipedia. And if we can collaborate more with different chapters via such a user group, that would be really good to streamline the quality assessment of these educational activities.
Fantastic, thank you so much. So perhaps if I could come to Richard with the same 2 questions, please.
Of course, not a problem. I'm going to be a little contrarian here, as is my my bent. I've read the Wikimedia 2030 strategy document. I've read all of it. It does not have a good reputation on the English Wikipedia and on many Wikipedias. And I am skeptical as to how much Wikimedia UK wants to be. Let me just start by saying the core principles of knowledge equity and knowledge as a service, I completely agree with. I agree with the WMF's general thrust of it. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. But in general, it reads as a very bureaucratic, high-level directed document that is perhaps of limited relevance to the general editing community and perhaps Wikimedia chapters as a whole. And I think it's fair to say that if you ask the average English Wikipedia editor of tenure, 10,000 edits, what their views on the Wikimedia 2030 strategy document were, they would go, the what? And question its relevance to their work as Wikimedians. So while we should absolutely support the core goals of the Wikimedia project, I think we should be careful not to absorb or to just take on board everything that the WMF say, this is important. And focus on ideas that serve our purpose best, rather than just sort of say, well, the WMF say that we should be caring about this. Well, then that's great, but what's actually of relevance to the UK, to our community, to the English Wikipedia and other Wikimedia communities? I am 100% on board with it, like I said, with the general thrust of it, but we have to be careful not to just take on a whole load of bureaucracy and baggage that doesn't really serve our core purpose very well. The second one, English Wikipedia user group. User groups in principle, love them, think they're a great idea. I need to know more about what this one would specifically do and its core goals and purposes. I've just seen a thing in the chat about the average Wikipedia editor was unaware of the challenges for knowledge equity. I completely agree. I 100% agree. And that is a problem that needs solving. I'm unsure that the 2030 strategy is the right way to solve it, but that's a discussion for another time. User group, fantastic idea. Like I said, I need to see specifically what it would actually do. But on principle, yes, to support people with getting involved, to support, as Femke said, educational organisations with getting involved in Wikipedia in the right way, using it properly, and not coming up against barriers. Fantastic idea. Be happy to be involved with that. Like I said, I didn't have a chance to look at what it would do, but in principle, I think they're fantastic. I've been involved with user groups for other software and programs and protocols and things. And if done right, they can be a massive boon to the community.
Thank you so much. So perhaps if I could come to Caroline with these 2 questions as well, please.
Yeah. In a similar vein to Richard, in a way, I do have some issues with the 2030 kind of strategy, and a lot of my issue kind of hinges on one word, actually, which is the bit about Wikimedia being the essential infrastructure of the ecosystem of free knowledge. And I'm a bit hesitant about any one entity becoming that essential, because I think, a lot of Wikimedia's kind of flaws are already known. We were talking earlier about gender imbalance and things like that. We had presentations about how articles on kind of Western subjects are sort of prioritized over, other countries. And I think the danger is that without addressing those flaws first, you know, having any kind of one entity that has that kind of dominance over the free knowledge that's out there. And you know, I've heard Richard Neville describe Wikipedia as the kind of the backbone of the internet. I think without kind of addressing those inequities and those imbalances within the content first, you actually run the risk of damaging, I think, that kind of ecosystem of free knowledge and open knowledge, because you're very much skewing what's available to people. And presenting, you know, something as the whole story or the default picture when it really isn't. And I've written a book chapter recently on kind of Wikipedia and these issues of symbolic annihilation, and how the data and the information that we have available to us and that we consume really influences the way we view the world. And so I'd be very hesitant about kind of Wikimedia being that essential kind of backbone without addressing a lot of those issues first. And I'm not sure that's really something that comes across very strongly in the strategy. As regards the user groups, I think, you know, always talking to users is beneficial. And I think there's always the danger with boards of any ilk that they can get a little bit detached from that kind of community base. I guess the thing to remember really with user groups, as opposed to things like the Wikimedia UK chapter, is that obviously with trustees and with the board, there are responsibilities there, kind of legal responsibilities that those user groups won't have. So they do have the ability of being flexible. They do have the ability of getting lots of people involved and having those discussions. But I think there is that importance about having those kind of legal responsibilities that kind of govern what takes place, which is something that's going to be very valuable for the Wikimedia UK chapter, and that isn't something that would probably be present with those user groups. So I don't really see them as conflicting in any way. I think they would very much complement one another, because they have strengths and weaknesses each that the other doesn't have. So I think they could very much harmonize in that sense.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And so if I could come to Rod with those two questions as well, please, Rod.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I've heard a little bit about the 2030 strategy through the board itself, because several Wikimedia UK staff have been involved as coordinators and facilitators of different strands within the programme, particularly Daria, I believe. So like the other speakers, I think there are a lot of great ideas in there. I'm not sure that the way forward has necessarily been identified. And I would agree with what Richard said a little bit about how the Wikimedia Foundation can be a bit divorced from the user community or the editing community. And I'd flag up the branding project as being a real example of this disconnect between different parts of this disparate community of people. As far as the user group's concerned, yeah, as everybody else has said, great to have consultation with all sorts of people. One route which I think has been missed is some of the existing projects. Like every county in the UK has already a wiki project. And sometimes both the Foundation and Wikimedia UK could use those on-wiki mechanisms to actually contact people that might have an interest in editing within a particular area or geography or another topic area. I think one of the risks is that if it's the English Wikipedia user group, it will be disproportionately 20 times larger than most other language Wikipedia user groups, and that may actually lead to a disconnect in the power relationships between different user groups. But we'll wait and see once more detail emerges of what these things might include.
Fantastic, thank you, Rod. And we nearly got through this whole thing without mentioning rebrand, so thank you so much for that one. And last but by no means least, if I could come to Julian with those two questions, please.
I'd almost take the opposite position in terms of, not the opposite position, but a contrary position in terms of the 2030 strategy. Because if you sort of look at the internet landscape and internet information landscape, whilst I absolutely agree with Caroline that Wikipedia has its problems internally in terms of the biases and a few of the things that we touched on in presentations earlier. I think we have already come to a place where Wikipedia is the backbone of certainly open knowledge, but you know, you might even go so far as to say knowledge generally online, even though there are the difficulties, maybe that some perceived difficulties that some people have in terms of accuracy. It is still the first port of call for journalists, for bankers, for people from all walks of life. And again, interestingly enough, linking to a conversation we had earlier, that responsibility is something that sort of the people on this call carry, the volunteers carry, and all that kind of thing. And in order to fulfill that responsibility, structures are crucial. An institution of some kind is crucial because you need that kind of bastion. And that doesn't need to, you know, there are so many different new and interesting ideas that are coming out in org design at the moment about how you can create flexible businesses. Like there's a great book called Loon Shots by Safi Birchall. So it doesn't have to be, you know, like a business, but there needs to be some formalized structure. The thing I really like about the 2030 strategy is it starts to take steps towards implementing that. And in response to, or almost in response to Richard's criticism, I would say, well, you know, it's not a diktat. You know, it's not the founding document for Wikimedia foundation charities all over the world. It's a series of guidelines that we can, as you rightly say, you know, pick the bits that work for us and leave the bits that don't. But I think it's very, very dangerous it's almost dangerous for the charity to be humble in this context, because as people that love knowledge and love research, there's a desire to go, oh, well, are we actually best placed to do this? Do we actually have internal mechanisms that are good enough to allow us to do this? But we need to be much more confident, because there's a huge, huge issue at the moment, and it's a growing issue in terms of bias in media, bias in information, to the point that we have very few knowledge touchstones anymore, and Wikipedia remains that touchstone. So I like the strategy. I think internally within the charity here, we should probably take steps to formalise the plan, I guess, over the next 8 years now. In terms of the user group, I'm not as familiar with Wikipedia's internal groupings, but the criticism that Rob gave, I think, is not criticism, but the point that Rob made was really prescient, that English is already the dominant language on Wikipedia. You know, it might actually make more sense for that to build user groups up for smaller languages, so that people can get more involved in that way, as opposed to maybe centralizing more control with the English speaking side of the operation. Thank you.
Fantastic. What brilliant answers all. Thank you. And we're overrunning slightly, but I'm going to release you from the agony and bring these hustings to a close now. And thank you all so much. Whoever is elected in these elections, I think we can all agree that Wikimedia UK will be in good and thoughtful hands. So thank you for taking time for those responses. My understanding is the voting will remain open for around another 9 or 10 minutes. Is that correct, Katie?
I'm going to answer because I think Katie might be engrossed in doing the actual work of sorting all these proxy votes out and casting them. Yes, we've got a break now for perhaps 5 minutes, quick comfort break, but also an opportunity for people to vote if they haven't already done so. Let's try and keep that quite tight, and then we're going to move into the announcements of the Wikimedian of the Year Awards, which is a really lovely, joyful part of the day. But we will close the voting promptly at 3:15. So please do make sure that you voted by then, and Katie will be doing all the number crunching at that point. Well, hopefully the software will, right? So yeah, we're moving into a break, maybe till 12 minutes past 3, if that's okay.
See you all at the very precise 12 minutes past.
Thank
See you then. I make it 13 past. I don't know about everyone else. The highly specific 12 past. I think we'll give people just a minute or so to come back and make cups of tea and so on. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to vote and people had their emails. I'm seeing nodding, jolly good.
I think before the announcement, we actually have Wikimedian of the Year, just to give me a little bit more time.
The announcements will be coming later.
Yeah.
Just.
So Lucy, are you leading us through Wikimedian of the Year?
I'm not. I think we have the pleasure of Lorna, who's going to be announcing those. And I think Richard is announcing the Partnership of the Year. Is that right?
That's right. So I'll be giving the introduction and then Lorna does the exciting bit.
Great.
So what's happening is Lorna will announce the up and coming Wikimedians of the Year. I will announce the Partnerships of the Year, and then back to Lorna for the overall Wikimedian of the Year award. So this is something we do every year, essentially to recognise the efforts of our volunteers, people we've worked with, and our partners, and how they've contributed to our work, especially over the last year, but over a longer stretch of time as well. And it's a really important thing to do because often these efforts can sometimes go unnoticed. Wikipedia can sometimes be quite a quiet place. And so it's nice to recognise these efforts, especially when they align particularly well with our strategic goals. And it's been impressive that over the last year, despite all the things that have been going on in the world, we've still had a really active volunteer community and some really exciting partnerships come through, starting, and established ones growing and thriving as well. So that is my introduction to the awards. I'm now going to hand over to Lorna Campbell. We may have some of the award winners here. I appreciate it's a Saturday afternoon, so I will keep an eye on the chat just in case they are. We might hand over the microphone to them. So Lorna, over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Richard. Can I just check that you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks. So it gives me great pleasure to announce these awards. It really is an amazing privilege to be asked to present these awards because there's been so much inspiring work going on across the community this year. I don't want to hold these up any longer, so we're going to go ahead with the announcement for up and coming Wikimedian of the Year. And this year we actually have joint winners, and they are Lucy Moore and Abd Al-Sattar Ardati. And Abd is one of Wikimedia UK's trained trainers, and they've been proactive in helping his university engage with Wikimedia. As Kirsty actually mentioned earlier on in her lightning talk, and he's been a great help with training online and running sessions and really helping Wikimedia UK adapt to the challenges of online delivery that we faced during the pandemic. And Lucy is another excellent advocate for Wikimedia UK. She's organised events at our workplace and encourages people in the museums and archaeology sectors to work with Wikimedia. And as a previous archaeologist myself, it's really great to see Lucy's work being acknowledged. And she really couples this with writing articles to address Wikipedia's various imbalances herself. So huge congratulations to Lucy and Abd, and thank you very much for all the work that you've done. So I don't know if Lucy or Abd are with us today.
They both are. So being completely arbitrary, if you want to say something, why don't we go in alphabetical order? So Abd, if you are so inclined, do you have a moment to say something?
Hello everyone. I'm gonna try to be like short. Like that's very, very big thing for me. Like yesterday when Richard told me about this, like, yeah, I start phoning people about it, because like I've been like since, yeah, we have all benefited from Wikipedia, but like that moment when I learned about the mission and the people, the cool people behind the screen doing all of this work, I felt like so guilty that I have not been there all the time. So I'm trying my best. Hopefully, like, yeah, 3 years, my PhD is about collaborative writing and Wikipedia specifically. I'm supervising 2 projects, MSc projects now, also like introduced these ideas. So I'm so excited, and I hope at one day, like, my research also would contribute to this amazing platform with the help of Richard and Sarah and many cool people also giving me the hand to be able to support this awesome mission. So thank you so much. That's like a milestone in my life. So thank you so much. That means a lot. And yes, thank you.
Congratulations, Ab.
Thank you so much.
So, Lucy, if you're about and would like to say something, it's over to you now.
Hello. Well, I thought it's a bit overwhelming, and thank you very much. It's a joy to edit, really, isn't it? So, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, like Abd, I was very surprised. And having been in a workshop with Abd and heard about his research, it's I'm a bit like, oh, I don't think I should be on the same bill. So that's yeah, very touching. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Very well done, Lucy. Thank you.
Right then. Thanks, folks. So it's moving on to the partnership of the year. And this is recognising specifically our work with organisations and groups as a whole rather than individuals. Although that always comes through in all of these. So it's been really interesting, the nominations that have come through. I'm going to start with the honourable mention. And so this goes to the Scotland Slavery and Black History Project at the University of Edinburgh. So this was set up by the university and their History Society. And they'll be getting history students more involved in producing public history, and especially Scotland's Black history. And especially within the context of the last 12 to 18 months, it's again been at the forefront of public discourse. And they wanted to make sure that there was information available about Scotland's deep connections to the Atlantic slave trade. And so they were engaging in quite, well, really very important areas of Wikipedia. And they're learning about how knowledge constructed and shared. And as well as those experiences, they've very importantly gone on to share those reflections, created videos, got on podcasts, and taken part in discussion panels hosted by the university. And so they're really talking about what they're learning as well. And so it's going that extra step. And so it was really encouraging to see the efforts they put in to making Wikipedia what it can be as a resource of information. And so very well done to their project. And on to the partnership of the year. And this goes to the London College of Communication. Specifically, it's for their Decolonising Wikipedia network. So in a similar vein, it's about essentially making Wikipedia more diverse. This started out really interestingly. So the college were decolonising the curriculum, basically making sure that the content of what they were teaching was more diverse, reflecting the world around them. And they were getting students involved in the process. So they were looking for gaps in content and finding ways to fill that, to bring through marginalised voices. And that gave them a great grounding to take that through to Wikipedia and start looking at Wikipedia articles, see where people in their field are missing, people who should be represented, whose voices aren't being heard just through basically the general structures, which mean that they are less likely documented. And so this group of students were writing Wikipedia articles, They were evangelizing within their college. They were training other people to edit. And it's been an absolute delight to be involved with the project and really affirming to see how they've approached it. And the students have some outstanding skills. They have been really good as trainers. So it's been wonderful to observe. And I hope this award really recognizes those efforts. So we might have, so the person who leads that project is Lucy Panesar. I don't think she's in the participants list for today. Again, she was told yesterday, so it was quite short notice. So unless I missed her, in which case she is of course welcome to unmute, but I think we might head back to Lorna for the overall category.
Thank you very much, Richard. So this is the award that we've all been waiting for, Wikimedian of the Year. And as usual, we have two winners. We have honourable mention and we have the winner itself. So starting with honourable mention, this goes to Ian Watt. And Ian is a tremendously active volunteer and advocate for open knowledge, working not just with Wikipedia, but with Wikicommons and Wikidata as well. And over the last year, he's run a whole range of public-facing workshops and activities. He's run training sessions for gallery curators and archivists at Aberdeen Archives and Art Gallery and Museums. And he's currently hosting and supervising an Edinburgh University postgraduate student running a mass transcription of the Register of Returned Criminals. So lots of really fabulous work going on there. So congratulations, Ian. I don't know, is Ian with us today?
He was here earlier. Had to go. It's a shame.
That's a shame.
Very recently, unfortunately. There we go.
Huge congratulations to Ian and a very, very worthy honourable mention, I think. So that just leaves us with UK Wikimedian of the Year for 2020. And this year, the award goes to Cobra 3000. Last year, Scots Wikipedia was in the news for all the wrong reasons, due to issues with authenticity of the content. And there were questions being asked about what would happen with the wiki, and some people suggested that it should simply be abandoned and deleted altogether. Cobra 3000 and a small group of volunteers thought differently, and they were integral to the Wikimedia community's response, organising editathons that didn't just improve content, but also fostered an active community of editors working together to really revitalise Scots Wiki. Having knowledge activists within a community who can step in and organise is really invaluable, and those efforts mean that Scots Wikipedia is improving every day. And personally speaking, I can't think of a better example of the immense good that Wikipedia editors and the Wikimedia community can do when they come together for a common purpose. So it gives me enormous pleasure to present the 2021 award of Wikimedian of the Year to Cobra 3000. Again, I don't know if we have Cobra 3000 here to accept the award, but huge congratulations.
I'm afraid it wasn't available, but I will. Yes, I mean, I've already listened my email, but yeah.
They're busy editing today, apparently.
Fair enough.
Of course they are.
So I think that concludes our awards. So are we ready to move on to the next item?
We may have to take
It's
a
right,
break.
Sorry, Katie, we've got the honorary members to announce.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I keep coming in like
Right.
I still have to count.
You tell the seamless playing for time that's going on here. This is fantastic. So it's my great honour to be able to announce the honorary members that have been nominated and acknowledged this year. So we launched the honorary membership scheme in 2019 to recognise individuals who've made a significant contribution to the charity. And we've been able to recognise some fantastic people. Current honorary members include former trustees Carol Campbell, Graham Dawes and Michael Maggs. And I am absolutely delighted that joining them this year, we have 3 new honorary memberships, only one of whom is here. So I will announce them in the order that they come on my script, but then might turn to the one that's here just to offer them an opportunity to say a few words. So the first of our 3 honorary memberships is Rosie Chapman, being recognised for her extraordinary contribution to Wikimedia UK's governance. To those of you that don't know Rosie, she is an outstanding expert in charity governance and regulatory frameworks. I've learned a huge amount from her, and she's been very instrumental in driving forward the new charity code. So there is very little she doesn't know about ethical practice and good governance. She's been an amazing source of helpful and constructive advice throughout, and really understanding how to apply it best to the context of an organisation like Wikimedia UK. So just if you would join me in a round of applause in absentia for Rosie. Congratulations, Rosie, and we will pass on the good news to her. The second of our honorary memberships for this year is someone I think will be known to many of you, Mike Poole, who is being recognised this year for his crucial input at a very early stage of the UK chapter as a founding board member. And in fact, Mike sort of held my hand and gently introduced me to the world of Wikimedia UK governance, while also telling me a great deal about f-stops and the world of photography. He supported the early setup of the staff team and the charity's governance, which is in many ways laying the foundations for, I think, the good place we're in now. Mike is, of course, a long-term Wikimedian with a global profile within the movement, hugely valued for both his technical expertise and his contribution, and for his knowledge and understanding of the governance of the movement as a whole. So absolutely delighted to be able to recognise Mike for his contribution, and a quick round of applause for Mike, if we may. Congratulations, Mike. I don't know where he is in the world. You're not with us today, are you, Mike? Just to check. No. Okay. We will we'll let him know the good news. So to take our third honorary membership slightly by surprise, but I don't think it will come as a surprise to any of us, to say that we are delighted to honour Martin Poulter as being recognised for the tremendous energy, Martin, that you bring and the contribution you make as a Wikimedian and as an open knowledge advocate. I've seen you in numerous fora speaking with such great knowledge and passion, and in a way that is really inclusive and welcoming of a broad audience. Martin, for those of you who don't necessarily know him, has been a Wikimedian in residence at the Bodleian in Oxford and at the Kaleli collections, where he played a key role in opening up content which was historically underrepresented on Wikimedia. He sits on the Partnerships Advisory Board as a volunteer, which I also sit on, and supports the charity and the movement in many other ways, and is just a fantastic champion for our movement. So Martin, congratulations. We are absolutely delighted to honour. I don't know if you wanted to say a few words to put you on the spot.
Wow, this is a colossal surprise and it means a lot. Thank you so much, everybody. That's brilliant. It's just so cool to be involved in this just amazing charity, and yeah, and have an outlet for my energy. And yeah, thank you so much.
Brilliant. Well, you're an inspiration to lots of us, Martin, so thank you very much. If I could also crave your indulgence for just one more moment, moving on from honorary memberships, but you'll be aware that obviously my time as chair is coming to an end, and I am delighted that we have been able to go out and find really quite an extraordinary candidate to take over as chair, with huge thanks to Lorna Campbell, who's going to take over as interim chair while our new chair is finding their way into the role. But I just wanted to say a few words by way of welcome to Manisha Shah, who's been with us throughout today. Thank you so much, Manisha, for joining us. I'm going to say a few words in terms of your background, but I will then, if I may, hand over to you just to say hello to everyone. So Manisha is a phenomenally experienced trustee and chair and leader. She's chair of Rose Bruford College, senior independent member of the chair of the Arts and Humanities Research Council, board member at the Office for Students, which must be an interesting gig, and I'd love to learn more about that one, and a member of the Ofcom Content Board. She's a trustee of the Art Fund, the Catering School as well, and is a lay member of the Queen's Council Appointments Panel. She's previously been a trustee of the Dunbar, Tate, the Foundling Museum, one of my personal favourites, and the National Gallery, and has also worked previously with the BBC. Manisha was invited to join by the Prime Minister to join the Committee on Standards in Public Life. She holds a postgraduate degree from SOAS and an executive MBA from the London Business School, and in 2010 she was nominated Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum. And in all honesty, when we went out to recruit a chair, I didn't know what our expectations were, but Manisha, I think you so far surpassed them. It is really fantastic to be able to hand on the baton first to Lorna and then to you. So thank you so much for taking up the role. Thank you for being with us today. I don't know if you wanted to say a few words by way of hello.
Thank you very much, Nick. Well, hello, and I have to say it's a great honor and a privilege to be part of Wikimedia UK. It's been an amazing day to listen and to hear all of you and all the passion and the ideas and the work that you do, and I'm looking forward to learning a great deal more about it. I have big shoes to fill with Nick, and I'm very grateful to Lorna who is graciously stepping in and giving me a chance just to get my act together before I actually start as chair. And I'm looking forward to meeting as many of you as possible. But for the moment, I am still learning. But thank you very much, and good luck with everything that all of you do outside of the movement. But you know, continue to support it. It's brilliant. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Manisha. I'm really, really looking forward to working with you and seeing where the charity goes next. So that, I think, concludes my responsibilities, and I've just had a message signaling that we have kept things going long enough as well to count up the votes, which is great news. So am I handing on to Katie to announce as teller the results of the election and resolution? Katie, over to you.
Yes, I'm delighted to announce the results, and thank you to all of our members for making such brilliant efforts to make use of their votes. We're far beyond quorate, which is a really good position to be and reflects a really good representation of our membership. So yeah, I'll go with the most keenly awaited part of the election first, and that's trustees to the board. So we've got 3 successful candidates, and that is Julian Manison, Caroline Ball, and Rod Ward. Congratulations to all 3 of you. The other 3 also had plenty of votes, and thank you so much for nominating. We hope to work closely with you in the future and really appreciate that there was 6 strong candidates this year. I'm pleased to say that all the ordinary resolutions were passed. I don't think we had one opposition to any of them, which is unusual. Sometimes there's a wild card of opposing that we keep the membership fees at £5, but none of that this year. So yeah, thank you very much to all of our members for voting. Congratulations to the 3 trustees.
Thank you, Katie. I'm just butting in here really because Nick hadn't unmuted in time. But I do think it falls to me to say just a huge thank you to Nick, who has been on the board of Wikimedia UK for 6 years, alongside Doug, who, as Nick mentioned, is also standing down today, and who you know, we also owe grateful thanks. But Nick stepped into the chair role last year at a point where Josie Fraser, our excellent former chair, needed to step down because of a potential conflict of interest with her new role. And you know, I asked Nick whether he would consider stepping in to fill that gap, and he very kindly and very generously agreed. And I have to say, I've really enjoyed working with Nick over the past 18 months. You know, you've always been there with just fantastic sage advice, but also a pragmatic approach. As a fellow chief executive, albeit of a bigger organization, you know some of the challenges that can arise. And I've really enjoyed working with you as an incredibly strategic and supportive sounding board. I know that the trustees of the board have also really enjoyed your calm collegiate approach, but we will really miss your extraordinary way with words, Nick. I'm going to reveal that in the internal Wikimedia UK staff team Slack channel about today, Katie said, "How can Nick make a finance report sound interesting? I'm going to miss him." So I thought I would share that as just a little insight to the regard in which you're held, right across the organisation. I hope we're not losing you or Doug from our community. You both offer a huge amount in quite different ways, and sort of really show the breadth of the trustee board in terms of the skills, experience, and knowledge that you bring and that you have both brought. So I think, Nick, it falls to you to formally close the meeting, but I did just want to say thank you both to you and Doug. Stay in touch, and we're really grateful to have had you on our board for 6 years.
Amazing. Thank you very, very much. Well, you made it an extraordinarily easy and pleasurable role to fill, so thank you. And thanks too to Josie as well, because she did a brilliant job, and it was very, very easy to pick up the baton. So with that, I will say thank you so much to everybody that's taken time to participate so proactively today. It's been a brilliant, as it always is, thoughtful, interesting, engaging AGM. Really, really look forward to seeing where the charity goes next, and I know it'll continue to go from strength to strength. But with that, I will call this year's AGM to a close and wish you all an excellent rest of your Saturday, and very best of luck to the England team tomorrow. Bye for now, everybody.
Thanks all. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.